Definitely, yeah, will be the queue. So you all just listen to But just to let you know, it's actually same, just for your information, that we will not put the queue. Yeah, but double lah. You will just listen to but that's where it is. Just listen to
Check 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2.
Hey, people VIP are coming in and they cannot be outside first. Yeah. I'm gonna let the VIP in because they have finished the lunch. I cannot wait. Let them wait to stay outside.
Okay, just 5 minutes.
They're not there. Standing outside now. Then let them in. So no driver. You're just.
Oh, good.
We just do one dry run, then after that you can let them in. 1 o'clock sharp.
One more time? Never mind. Just do.
Dry run in your mind. Okay, can.
Sorry,
Yes, but we do a double countdown. Yeah, record. Yeah. Check 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
The video hall.
Where is Afika?
It's in. Here. Book launch. Right from the start. We just going to do the book launch. Book launch.
Can you call Afika to yourself?
If you take the paper. Okay, we won.
2, 2, 1, 1, 2. 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two, two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check 2. Two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check 1, 2.
Singapore and a Rising Asia. Before we proceed, I would like to request that you switch your electronic devices to silent mode, please. Thank you. I would now like to invite Professor Kishore Mahbubani, Dean of the Lee Kuan Yew. Professor Mahbubani, please.
Professor Wang Gangbu, Chairman of the Governing Board of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, Mr. George Yeo, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, and especially to our 10th anniversary celebrations. I hope you all enjoyed some of the parallel sessions that we had this morning. We wanted to have a festival of ideas, and I guess we've had it already before coming here. Now, for the regulars, I'm sure you will not be surprised if you hear that, as usual, I make 3 points. Firstly, I'll talk about how far the school has come in 10 years. Secondly, I'll talk about our 10th anniversary celebrations. And then thirdly, I'll have the pleasure of introducing our speaker, Mr. George Yeo. Now, to illustrate how far our school has come in 10 years, let me share 10 facts with you in the hope that you'll remember at least 5 of them when you leave here. The first fact is that we are the only school of public policy to be blessed with a message from the Prime Minister of Singapore. Please go to our website. He says, and I quote, preparing public officers to lead and serve their countries is a challenging but also a fulfilling mission. I'm confident that the LKY School will deliver to its students an outstanding public policy education, provide them with the skills, knowledge, and values to become the agents of change and progress within their workplaces, communities, and countries, unquote. We are delighted to have this message from the PM on our website. And the PM personally can speak with great conviction about the value of public policy education, since he himself was a graduate from a sister school of public policy, the Harvard Kennedy School. And indeed, when I asked my counterpart, the dean of the Harvard Kennedy School, I said, if you had to name your most famous graduates from the Harvard Kennedy School, he often mentions the Prime Minister of Singapore as number 1 on his list. Now, the second fact is that our budget has grown 10 times, from $5 million annually in 2004 to $50 million in 2014. That indicates how much the school has grown in 10 years. The third fact is that our number of our students has grown 7 times, from about 50 a year when we started to over 350 a year. And when we started, we only had 2 master's programs, MPP and MPM. Now we have 4 master's programs, MPP, MPA, MPM, and the Chinese language MPAM, as well as a PhD program. The fourth fact is that nearly 80 countries have sent students to our school. In short, we have shared our education with about half the world's population who live in these 80 countries. We now have over 2,000 alumni in all corners of the world, and this is actually an amazing global footprint for a small new school like ours. And the footprint of our school becomes much larger if you include our executive education alumni, which are now over 10,000 strong. Now, having said this, let me emphasize that of the student alumni from our English language programs, the largest number is from Singapore. So we do actually educate a large number of Singaporeans in our school, and we have shared our virtues with our fellow Singaporean community too. The fifth fact is that we have the 3rd largest endowment of any school of public policy anywhere in the world. Only the long-established Harvard Kennedy School and the Woodrow Wilson School of Princeton can boast larger endowments. The 6th fact is that we are the 2nd most generous school of public policy in the entire world. We provide scholarships and financial aid to more than half of the students who come to the Lee Kuan Yew School. And only the Woodrow Wilson School is more generous than us globally. The seventh fact is that we have probably the most innovative public policy classroom in the world. Most schools of public policy teach the 3 disciplines of economics, politics, and public management in 3 different silos. We have been very bold and integrated them into one classroom with 3 different professors from 3 different disciplines teaching at the same time. And to the best of my knowledge, we may be the first in the world to do this. The 8th fact is that we do bold and innovative research at our school. And if you want proof, you'll see it this evening, because the Minister Lawrence Wong will actually be launching 2 books. One will be The Big Ideas of Mr. Kuan Yew, based on the conference that we had. The other book is Governing Asia, which remarkably has got 38 essays from the professors and researchers at our school, and they have exposed their research passions with the rest of the world. Do enjoy the book and pick up a copy at the end of the day when you leave. The 9th fact is that when we were less than 5 years old, we were invited to help set up a school of public policy in another country. And then since 2010, we have been working closely with the government of Kazakhstan and the Nazarbayev University to establish the first graduate school of public policy in Central Asia. I think when we were set up in 2004, no one dreamt that within 5 years we'd be asked to set up a sister school of public policy in a Central Asian country. And the 10th fact is that we have world-class partners. We were the first Asian school to join the Global Public Policy Network. And since I'm sharing surprising statistics with you, let me share the one fact that truly impressed me as the dean. In fact, I was completely confounded when I first heard it, and this is the story. The University of Tokyo was founded in 1877. For 132 years, the university refused to sign a double degree with any university anywhere in the world. After 132 years, the University of Tokyo changed its mind and said, okay, the time has come to sign a double degree. And the first institution with which they signed a double degree was with the LKY School of Public Policy, and we were then 5 years old. So you can see it's an amazing journey that our school has taken in 10 years. And that's why I'm sharing all these facts with you. It's very difficult to describe how far our school has come in 10 years, but we hope these 10 facts give you an illustration of how far we have come and give you a glimpse of the long journey we have traveled. So I hope that the one big fact that you will take away from today's session, it is that it is possible, and this is an appropriate thing to say as we are going to celebrate our 50th anniversary in Singapore next year. And when we do so, I want to emphasize it is actually possible, as you look ahead, to dream big, even if you set up shop in a small country like Singapore. When we were set up, we were entrusted, as you know, with a very noble mission to educate and inspire current and future generations of leaders to raise the standards of governance in Asia. And I can tell you that we have come a very long way in 10 years in terms of fulfilling this noble mission. And of course, I want to thank all of you, the many supporters we have in this room, for having supported us on this great journey that we have taken. Now, let me talk briefly about my second point about our 10th anniversary celebrations. And I think many of you know that to celebrate our 10th anniversary, we've had basically a year-long festival of ideas. And as a result of that, we've had amazing thought leaders and public personalities like Cass Sunstein, the co-author of Nudge, Chang Ha-jun, the author of 23 Things They Don't Tell You About Capitalism, Margaret Heffernan, author of Willful Blindness, Montek Singh Ahluwalia, Deputy Chairman of India's Planning Commission, Kevin Rudd, former Prime Minister of Australia, Justin Lin, former Chief Economist of the World Bank, Pascal Lamy, former Director General of WTO, Duvari Subbarao, the former Central Bank Governor of India, Lord Adair Turner, former Chairman of UK's Financial Services Authority. All of them and more have been speaking at our school just in this one past year to celebrate our 10th anniversary. And I'm really glad that we're having a great day to culminate the 10th anniversary celebrations. Many of you attended the breakout sessions. We will soon hear Mr. George Yeo, whom I'll introduce shortly. Then we will hear from Mr. Roger Cohen and Mr. Joe Studwell in the second plenary session. And after that, I'll come back to the stage to share the dialogue session with Minister Lawrence Wong for the final session. So all this brings me to the best part of my speech. It really gives me great pleasure for my third point to introduce our speaker, Mr. George Yeo, because he's really a dear personal friend and a good friend of the Kuan Yew School also. As you all know, he served a distinguished career as a Singapore Cabinet Minister for 20 years and made major contributions in every ministry that he served in. He served as Singapore's Minister for Information and the Arts from 1991 to 1999, and in that capacity he made huge contributions to Singapore's arts and cultural scene. He oversaw the development of the Esplanade Theatres of the Bay and the new National Library. He also pushed for the use of Chinese dialects in the local film industry, paving the way for a generation of local film directors and producers. As the Information Minister, Mr. Yeo also correctly anticipated the importance of the Internet for Singapore, and throughout the 1990s, he pushed for the adoption of robust Internet infrastructure, arguing that it was critical for Singapore's position as a global hub. He also served as the Minister of Trade Industry from 1999 to 2004, and as Minister for Trade Industry, he was best known as the champion of Singapore's numerous free trade agreements with his trading partners. As Tomiko likes to say, the country that is the most promiscuous in free trade agreements is Singapore. And he was a pioneer of FTAs at a time when progress on multilateral trade liberalization was stalling, and he played a central role in enabling FTAs with the United States, Japan, Australia, and several other countries, therefore opening up new economic space for Singapore regionally and globally. Since retiring from politics, Mr. George Yeo has joined the Kerry Group and is now chairman of Kerry Logistics, which operates in over 35 countries. In addition, he has been active in a number of global institutions. In March this year, he was named to the Vatican's new Council for the Economy by Pope Francis. He's also a member of the Foundation Board of the World Economic Forum, which runs Davos. He's a member of the Nicholas Bergman Institute's 21st Century Council, as well as the International Advisory Board of the IESE Business School. He's also taken a very deep personal interest and plays an important role in reviving the ancient Buddhist university, Nalanda University in Bihar. Last and certainly not least, he has been a visiting scholar at the Kuan Yew School since August 2011, and it's really been a pleasure to have him as a member of the school's community for the last 3 years, and I cannot think of a more appropriate person to launch our celebrations in this plenary hall than Mr. George Yeo. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Kishore, for the kind introduction. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is for me a great joy to join the school in celebrating its 10th anniversary. I owe a personal debt of gratitude to Kishore for offering me a perch after I lost the elections in May 2011. I decided to move on, but not to take on employment without a decent interval. He provided me with an offer to be a senior fellow in the school. I counter-proposed a deal that I'll be a visiting scholar without salary. He provides me a room and secretarial support, and I make myself available to teachers and students, but according to my own priorities. It has been a satisfactory arrangement. I asked him if he wanted the relationship to end few months ago, he said he's happy to see it continue. And before I left office that day, he shot me an email with a renewal offer, which I happily accepted. So Kishore, thank you for having me here today, and I'm so happy to see so many old friends in the audience. There's an air of uncertainty around us today, and it's at all levels. Things happening geopolitically, geoeconomically, things happening around us. Almost detectable mass unhappiness around the world. And also terrible things happening. Then when events happen, because of the way the global media, and now increasingly the social media, gives emphasis, the importance, the significance is blown out of all proportion. When tear gas was used in Hong Kong, I received many messages asking about my safety. In fact, the disturbances were highly localized. And that weekend, you could have still gone to Lam Kwai Fong, to the bars there, and not feel as if anything was happening. And on this side of Landmark, life went on as usual, but on the other side, there were barriers and things. But the way it went around the world, it seemed as if the whole of Hong Kong was in chaos, which of course it wasn't. And the role of the social media today has two sides to it. On the one hand, it keeps us all informed immediately. And emotionally, we are synchronized, syncopated. Something happens, one end of the world, the whole world feels it, throbs with it. It also distorts. And sometimes it is deliberately manipulated to achieve certain objectives. The beheading of Westerners by ISIS were not random acts of terror, in my view. I think they were designed to exploit the social media for political purposes. It's not easy to find the videos of the actual beheadings. They are gory. Because even though we don't like to say it, you have censorship, and censorship can be quite effective. And if you didn't have that censorship, I think the effects would be more far-reaching and uncertain. What is the objective of ISIS? Why this calculated mass terrorization of the Western world? I think it is to encourage country after country in the West to join the coalition, to recreate a 21st century crusade. We forget in the English language that crusade comes from the word crucifix. And in Arabic, it's called al-Hurub al-Salabiyah, the war of the cross. If in the Sunni world, there is a sense that the Christians are once again engaged in the crusade, then it will have an electric effect in the Sunni world. And I believe there is a deep purpose of what is happening. Are they achieving their intended purpose? I'm not sure. They may be, because in Western countries, recoiling in horror and responding to public pressure, one after another, hands are raised to be part of the coalition. To say that ISIS is not Islamic, describes it only at one level, because the flag they unfurl, and many of us have seen the flag they unfurl as they enter Kobani. It is, there's no God but Allah. And when they capture an area, the organizing principles all have their theology, the justification in Islamic teaching. Now this creates within the body, within the soul of Islam, a terrible struggle. And even though the elites try to dismiss it as just an odd or an extreme phenomenon, in fact, the reverberations are deeper, which is why you have young men and women from all over the world for whom one can think of no logical justification, volunteering to be a part of this. Now, I'm talking about ISIS only as an illustration of the impact the social media is having all over the world. The most profound impact is in the way hierarchies are being corroded by information technology, disintermediating what kept these hierarchies intact in the first place, sometimes by ignorance, sometimes by hypocrisy, sometimes by ritual, sometimes by selective information and disinformation. Today, in the past, a child could become an emperor because he's all dressed up, protected by courts, by music, by distance, and people bow. Today, the cameras are everywhere, the microphones are everywhere, and if you're not authentic, well, you'll be laughed at. The emperor has no clothes. This has changed relationships in a profound way between parents and children, between teachers and students, between doctors and patients, between priests and laity, between government leaders and voters. This intermediation of hierarchies has led to what I would call a crisis of institutions around the world. And the more pyramidal, the more elaborate Byzantine these institutions are, far away in Beijing, in Washington, in Brussels, in Tokyo, in Delhi, the less the public affection, because they are distant, oftentimes seen as self-serving, and disconnected. Self-serving classes of people absorbed in their own worlds. The instinct when there are cracks in an old structure is to repair those cracks. If the ceiling is falling, quickly shore it up. But if the ground is cracking, if the foundation is no longer bedrock, but a fragmented, cracked tectonic plate, then however one tries, eventually that structure will crumble. Will it crumble to anarchy? Will it crumble to a state of chaos? No, because if we recognize that these are the big shifts caused by technology, caused by the digital revolution, then we adjust accordingly. Today, I'm a doctor, the patient sees me, he's already Googled his symptoms, so you talk to him, even as you prescribe surgery or drugs to him, he's already Googling and asking you questions. If you as a doctor resents it, the patient loses respect for you and is off to the next doctor. If in the lecture room, the professor proclaims himself a know-all, and gets irritated when difficult questions are asked, the students will lose all respect for him. And if we as parents handle our children in that way, there will be an immediate estrangement. And indeed, if one were to say, look, yes, the world has changed, and doctors can learn from patients, and teachers from students, and parents from their children, then we may all be better off. I joined Carrier Logistics. Robert Koh asked me to chair it, to list it. And of course, I know very little about Carrier Logistics. The people who are there have worked years of their lives. They have mastered freight, they've mastered the electronic industry, they've mastered food. And it will take me a whole lifetime to understand any one subject in detail. And indeed, I've come to the conclusion that whatever organization you head, you are likely to understand only a small fraction of it. You have to depend on others. And so I go around and I play the student. I ask questions. I ask for help. I ask how I can be helpful. And people respond. And you create an energy field where there are multiple nodes of activity, and you yourself constitutes only one node, hopefully a node which will grow in importance. Unfortunately, the bigger the institution, the greater the legacy, the harder it is to dismantle its core architecture, its core engineering, and to adjust to this new reality. It's easier if you are smaller. I think it is easier if you are cities like Hong Kong and Singapore to make the change because you have low inertia. And it's much easier if you are young, because the young today instinctively live in the network world. There's no single pathway. There are always multiple pathways. It's like an MRT network, right? Point A to point B, well, there are many possibilities, many configurations which are possible. They're friends. The iPhone list, the apps. Harder for older people. In making the transition, being small helps, being younger helps. And for those of us who hope sometimes to make the transition, observing these two principles, demassification, engaging more younger people and learning from them, it'll be an easier transition. But for the world as it is, what we are seeing is still very much a destructive phase of old structures being brought down. Yes, new ones are being built up layer by layer on different assumptions, on different foundations, but it'll be some time before those new forms become dominant. And as in medieval times, the future was first to be discerned in the free cities. So the future, with all its uncertainties, is perhaps easiest to be discerned in the free cities today. And Singapore should aspire to be one such free city. It's already a free city in many ways. Hong Kong too. Let me put it starkly, that this transition is a big one, almost as dramatic as when human society shifted from a nomadic way of life to settled agricultural society, or when settled agricultural society in the feudal world industrialized. The transition will not be easy, because as in all such transitions, it has to take place at all levels of geopolitics, of geoeconomics. religious responses, family structures, extended tribal networks, all come under the same challenge. No one is spared. And as always, it is necessity which propels us forward, not intellectual choice. That the world is changing, so intellectually I decide to change the world and I change myself. That never happens. But because the alternative is far worse. Now, I remember years ago as a student reading Arnold Toynbee's study of history and how Egypt and Mesopotamia came about. He ascribed it to desiccation of the Sahara and the steppes. That when nomadic tribes were faced with the choice between starving or moving into the swamps with all its disease and snakes and dangers, to organize themselves, to drain the swamps and to move into agriculture, the alternative was much worse. And what will propel us forward is that the present situation today, in many areas of human life, is becoming less and less tenable. You take, say, this Ebola virus. I read a piece written by Kishore that for some time now, the World Health Organization has been underfunded. And so a problem which should have been nipped in the bud is now growing and become more and more difficult to resolve. And I think we're in a sensitive phase now. If suddenly cases erupt in different parts of the world, the fear, the alarm will be amplified by the social media, and people will behave irrationally. Just a couple of months ago in Shanghai, there was a foreigner who suddenly collapsed and vomited on board the subway train, and instead of moving to help him, everybody dispersed, suddenly believing that that person was carrying Ebola. And you can criticize people when they have such fears. We ourselves may react in the same way. We ourselves may already be reacting in the same way when anybody comes from Africa. And Africa is a continent 4 times the size of China. But, you know, human beings in the mass don't always behave rationally. So maybe I end here, Kishore, and have the rest of the time for Q&A. Thank you.
Yo. We'll now proceed to the question and answer session. You may go to the standing microphones to field your questions. Please introduce yourself and keep your questions brief so that we can have as many questions as possible. Due to the warm response to the conference, we have arranged for a live webcast viewing in 3 of our seminar rooms. The delegates in the webcast rooms will be fielding their questions via the Twitter hashtag LKYSCH10, and Professor Mahbubani will be selecting the questions from there. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, George. That was fascinating. And yes, we have overflow crowds in 2 other lecture theatres. I'm getting questions on my iPad too. Modern technology. So let me begin by extrapolating your fascinating address about how the world is changing, about how there's an erosion of authority, and bring it all home to Singapore. And they say, how will this play out at the time when Singapore itself is going through a transition? How do you see its implications for Singapore society? I know it's a difficult question.
I have many colleagues in the audience, many former colleagues in the audience, so many members of parliament are here, and I thank them for honoring me by their presence. Let me answer by talking about Hong Kong. two Sundays ago,
by analogy,
when on Sunday night, before the deadline, because C.Y. Leong had drawn a line in the sand that by Monday morning, access to government offices and to schools must be opened up at all costs, by whatever means. There was an air of strange calm among the demonstrators. I was hosting Indonesian partners at the Shangri-La, and one of them had, many years ago, taken part in student demonstrations against Sukarno in Jakarta. So he expressed great interest, and I offered to bring him there with my Hong Kong colleague. So we had to cross a number of road dividers. And makeshift steps had been built. On top, one of them was a schoolgirl who offered her hand. One of my Indonesian friends saw the hand, looked into the hand, looked at the girl, and wondered what the hand was for. Was it to give him something? Was it to ask for something? So I said, no, that hand, take that hand so that you do not fall. You know, the students were so well organized, it was impressive. The place was clean. If your handphone ran out of battery, they would come with chargers, and then you return the chargers when you're through with them. I had withdrawn some cash in my pocket, and initially I thought, well, I better be careful. Then I thought, no, this is probably one of the safest places in Hong Kong. The civic consciousness was of such a high quality. I told myself that it must be second only to the Japanese. And I also asked myself whether in Singapore, our level of civic consciousness would be as high. My point is this: apart from the high politics, if at the atomic level, you have good people who are responsible, who care for one another, I think upon these bricks, you can build the most wonderful structures. But if the bricks are weak or crumble, then however you try, however brilliant the architect, nothing much is going to come out of it. So when I look at Hong Kong, I say, yes, there are problems, and the future is uncertain, and many things are not within their control. But they are good people, they are strong people, and they will survive. And if you ask me, Singapore, I think we have an additional advantage. I'm not sure if our civic consciousness is as high as young people in Hong Kong. But we have one additional advantage, which is our ability to operate in a diverse environment. Yes, I know we could be better. The way we treat foreigners, the way we treat minority races. I'm talking about the Chinese here. But I have, talking as an ethnic Chinese, I have mixed with ethnic Chinese around the world. And I think the Singaporean ethnic Chinese is the most multi-ethnic in its orientation. And that gives to Singapore a special quality in our ability to work in dense networks and be able to connect to different cultural domains and to turn it to our own economic advantage. So I've said this before, that ultimately what drives Singapore, what gives us our special quality is our ability to arbitrage across cultures.
I'm just going to ask one more question, then I'm going to invite questions from the floor. You mentioned about the erosion of authority, and I completely agree with it. But yet, paradoxically, you take one of the oldest institutions in the world, the one that you know very well, the Catholic Church. It's actually quite remarkable. You have a new leader like Pope Francis, who came from nowhere and suddenly injected a new vigor and dynamism to the Catholic Church. So at a time when there's erosion of authority globally, he's able to provide new leadership and drive to one of the oldest institutions. What's his secret?
He's a remarkable leader, and I'm greatly privileged to be able to serve in the Vatican. I think he reminds us all the time of what is basic and what is fundamental. I remember earlier this year in Davos, he was invited to attend. He could not. He sent a cardinal to deliver a message and to remind everybody that while it is good to talk about big things and to talk about the economy and business and growth and prosperity, please don't forget what is at the heart of it all, which is a human being. And the human being, not in his perfect form, who is clever and wealthy and creative, but the human being with all his frailties, to respect him for what it is. Because if we lose that fundamental quality, then everything else will lead to its own negation. It's a moral view of life. There was a time when we thought that laws and the market alone could solve all human problems. And there were econometrists who worked out perfect market models and said, look, if you do this and you do that, then you maximize everybody's utility. You only have to be selfish and work for yourself. And the market will work its magic and we'll all be better off. Forgetting that Adam Smith himself was a moral philosopher. And sometimes in our impatience to get on in life, to take advantage, we forget what is happening. And today, technology has altered the terms of trade against ordinary people in the middle classes. People who are hardworking, responsible, family-centered, finding that despite all they do, the system is somehow turning against them because they're being replaced by foreigners, they're being replaced by computers, they're being replaced by algorithms. And however hard they try, their worth goes down. And the older you are, the more it goes down. And it overturns all assumptions, all expectations. And this is creating tremendous angst, including in Singapore. The immediate political response is, well, let's redistribute. So you tax. And you try to tax in a clever way. But there are even cleverer people in the financial world, in the corporate world, who will figure out how to tax plan. And if your exactions are too severe, capital will flow out, talent will flow out, because there are any number of people who are prepared to accept. The terms of trade have turned against a lot of people in the middle classes. And so they resent it. Why is it at the top, a minority are getting wealthier? Piketty has written about capital and how if you have capital or privileged networks or you're very smart, you become very wealthy. And I meet so many young people, very bright young people in the financial world, and they move paper. And suddenly great fortunes are to be made. Whereas in my company, logistics, it's all hard work, right? You move things around, you earn small margins. So I ask myself,
are you in the wrong business?
what's happening? And it's only a matter of time before, because people seek simple explanations. And there'll be many suppliers of simple explanations, which are not the real answers, and which will create even more problems. My own belief, and we can talk about it if you wish, is that the old democracy, the old socialism of the 20th century, involving large numbers, no longer work. You've got to bring it down to a level where people feel a sense of community. In other words, if I have, in a famine situation, 100 kilograms of rice, and I have to decide whom to share it with, my wife, my children, my extended family, my neighbors, my cousins, my friends, my co-religionists, fellow Singaporeans, ASEAN members, the world. How do I share?
100 kilograms not enough.
How do I share the grains of rice? Because that decision reflects your inner construction and your sense of being a human being. And if the largest system is based not on this, but on some abstract principle that human beings all over the world are equal, I think we'll fail. democracy and socialism are in our DNA, but it's got to be worked at the right level.
Okay, I see Anthony is going to have a question. Anthony, introduce yourself to the audience and then quick, sharp question. Yes.
My name is Anthony Teo. I'm a senior citizen.
With a pioneer generation.
Pioneer generation. Minister Yeo.
Please don't call me Minister Yeo.
Scholar
Yeo. Yeah. Now, I think you pose the perfect dilemma of change and continuity, and the case you make for change. But you just written recently on continuity, and it's quite amazing because you compare the Communist Party and the Catholic Church, and your thesis is there are not too many dissimilarities. And there is some degree of a form of democracy. And so some people think in the Catholic Church, the Pope appoints the cardinals and the cardinals appoint the Pope. There is some logic in it. The issue here is if new forms of democracy turn up, like Sukarno says, is guided democracy, or our friend from Egypt, Nasser, talks about constitutional democracy. What sort of frame do they fall into? Do they fall into the same frame that you're talking about in terms of the change and continuity?
To me, there's only one test: how they treat ordinary human beings. If in the name of some large ideal, you are cruel to individuals, and you are constantly trampling upon their rights in the service of a so-called larger interest, I think that system is evil. And that's what happened to communism. And for the Catholic Church, why is Francis doing all this? Is to bring us all back to Jesus Christ and the apostles. They call him a communist, and he laughed and said, I don't consider it an insult. What the communists did was to take Christianity and remove God from it. But more than that, it created nomenclatura, which became a self-serving class of people. And Mao unleashed the Cultural Revolution to remove that class. It created even more problems. And Xi Jinping is quite determined to restore the moral foundations of the Chinese Communist Party. And if he succeeds, then China will succeed. But if the moral foundations are weak, however clever your policies are, you will eventually crumble. So I would, to me, the big isms have only one test, which is how does it treat human beings?
I have a question here from the other room. The question is, how will Singaporean capitalism deal with the rising calls in Singapore for populist welfarism in the future, which is growing?
For as long as Singaporeans think that the government is rich, they will say, look, come on.
Give me more.
Pass them over. But in fact, we have nothing. We have only a small island. We have no natural endowments. And what we have, I do not know how many billion dollars we have. Even if you double it, what is that compared to what others have? In the ground, in land, underwater. And in the crisis, if we have nothing, how do you sustain a diaspora? So yes, there must be a sense that the ordinary needs of Singaporeans have got to be looked after. And a proper balance between spending on the generation today and saving for future generations. So that balance is a political balance. And the government now is retweaking that balance, recalibrating it, fearing to go too far because that will consume itself, but knowing that if it doesn't proceed enough, then there's no deal in the first place. So I I can't comment specifically. In the end, it is a political challenge which every generation of Singaporeans will have to contend. But we are practical people. I mean, people here, they know you don't work. Yes, people can give you charity, but it's only worth so much. In the end, you've got to provide a service to the world. And there's so many Singaporeans who travel, who work overseas. They know it's a harsh world, that if you don't study hard, if you don't save, you'll be in trouble. So whatever the complaints, whatever the calls for government to give more, if you watch the individual behavior of Singaporeans and how parents raise their children and the industriousness of the young people, I think we are okay. Because it is a practical view of the world and they know that if I don't get a good education, I'll be in trouble. And I better save for a rainy day.
Thank you. Please, Joe, you want to ask a question? Go ahead. Can you go to the microphone, Joe? Do you mind? And then I'll turn to you after that, please. Yeah. Joe is going to be speaking in the next panel, by the way.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be asking a question, but you're easygoing. I think a point of information, I mean, on this endowments thing, George, you know, you've got the best natural harbour in the region and you're in the most strategic geographic location. That's a hell of an endowment. So the argument that Singapore doesn't have natural endowments is just wrong, I think. But the question I want to ask is on this, and you're right, you know, don't do harm to others in the name of a greater good. Something that I'm interested in, and I want to ask you your personal opinion, not representing anybody but yourself. When is Singapore going to stop hanging people?
Well, if you put the death penalty to a referendum, I think the majority of Singaporeans would prefer keeping the death sentence in our law books. Will that change one day? It could. I'm not sure. But this is really for Singaporeans to decide. And maybe there'll be new techniques of penal management which enables us to achieve the same effect without having to take the ultimate step. When that comes, people will think differently. So there's nothing sacrosanct or doctrinal about it. I don't think we hang out of vindictiveness, but it's done as a deterrent. In Islam, it is prescribed. In the US, it is the popular will. In China, it's been a part of the system from the beginning of time. So, well, if others change, I'm sure we too will eventually change. But we're not likely to lead that change in the world, unlike the Europeans. Your question about Singapore's natural endowment, in an age of maritime power, yes, Singapore's position at the turning point where the trade winds come and go was critical. But there's so many islands at this junction. Any one of them could have provided that service. Raffles decided between Karimun, an island in Indonesia, and Singapore. He chose Singapore. So history could have dealt with us quite differently. And if you look at the future, you look at the way China is integrating this region, they are going to create multiple bypasses around the Straits of Malacca. And we've got to accept that. We're not going to change the world, we've accepted it for what it is. For air traffic, Singapore is in fact in a disadvantaged position because we're too far south compared to Bangkok and Hong Kong. So we've got to make the best of what we have. And it is, while not bad, not that great either.
Okay. Over there, please go ahead, yes.
Hi, Mr. Yeo. My name is Zhen Yi. Thank you for sharing your insights on the current happenings in the world. And I hear what you said just now about the disintermediation of authority and how it has changed relationships at all levels, including the government and its voters. And I extrapolate it a little bit to the public service and the public and the change of relationship there. So my question is, how should the public service reorientate itself in serving an increasingly networked public in future?
You know, if I can go back to Pope Francis, he observes the Jesuit principle of insertion.
Say that again.
Of insertion.
Insertion.
Yeah, that you must insert yourself into the community, into the problem, the way Jesus Christ did, in order to understand it holistically and to effect change from within. You cannot be a bureaucratic sitting on high, reading papers, doing statistical analysis, and prescribing solutions. The Singapore Civil Service is already the best, probably the best administration in the world today. And the reason why the LKY School...
We can quote you on that, right?
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to say it now. The reason why the LKY School has been able to grow so rapidly in the last 10 years is because of the story of Singapore. But given the nature of the world today and the challenge of technology and the digital revolution, we must do it even more and insert ourselves into the daily lives of Singaporeans. Then whatever we do, we will know the full effects of and will be able to achieve our purposes in a better way. It's very important that those who are in charge do not lead and live separate lives. And to the extent that we can be one community, we will be a strong society.
Can I just take one question from the another room, just to be fair?
Yes.
It says, would you situate the current crisis with the Islamic State, IS, as a crisis of institutions as you have described? And if so, what is the current approach to resolving the crisis? Is the current approach to resolving the crisis an appropriate one? What's your answer to IS?
ISIS cannot succeed militarily. It's not possible because technologically they're primitive. Even if they can assemble a significant foreign contingent with the knowledge, I don't see them having the full array of military equipment and systems to fight. And for any power to prevail, it must solve two problems. One is it must be able to fight, it must be able to produce. And I think on both counts, there's a limit to what ISIS can do. So it's a matter of time before it is put in its proper place. But it doesn't mean that the problems of the Middle East will be resolved. And my own fear is the problem of ISIS is a malignancy in global Islam. A worse mutation than Al-Qaeda. And what we see in ISIS is only a metastasis of that malignancy. So surgery can remove it. But the problem is in the system. It's not just in ISIS, and it can recur elsewhere. And yes, every time it recurs, whether it's Boko Haram or whatever, you can do something. But unless you find a way to resolve it in the system, somehow invoking a form of immunotherapy, I think this problem will be reversed for a long time. When September 11 happened, we found to our dismay that there was a local network operating through the Jama'ah Islamiyah. And in the end, our hand was forced because one of the members was arrested in Afghanistan, and they knew that their cover, that we would know about the network. So before they could dive deep in Singapore, we arrested them. And the authorities didn't quite know what to do with them because they were living in their own mental universe. So they got a few ulamas to go in to talk to them. And the ulamas initially were very suspicious, wondering, why are you associating us with them? Are you saying that we are somehow connected? But anyway, they were persuaded and they agreed grumpily. So they went in and they met them, these detainees, over many sessions. And they had not only verbal exchanges, they had written exchanges. And after a while, our ulama said, they are invoking Islam for everything they do. Something has gone wrong in Islam in Singapore. And when they went back to their own religious schools and talking to their own religious communities, word went around that something bad has happened and that they must be watchful and take countermeasures. So in a small, limited way, we developed an immune system in Singapore. Now, where the good cells identify the malignant cells, confine and attack them. And to me, in all the places in the world where there are problem spots, using Christian armaments to defeat Muslim malignancy will only make the malignancy worse in the long term. And therefore, conceptually, for surgical operations, yes, you may need Western implements. But in terms of treating the problem in a deep way, this problem has got to be resolved within the Ummah itself, within the world of Islam itself. And in this really battle for the soul of Islam, what happens in Al-Azhar, what happens in Iran, what happens in the madrasas in Damascus and in Medina and elsewhere will matter. And all of us who are non-Muslims have a vested interest in the good health of the Islamic community, and should be supportive of them in whatever way we can, knowing at the same time that what we do is at best a supportive effort.
Please, our student from Myanmar, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Yeo. Good afternoon, Mr. Dean. My name is Lien. I'm a MBB student from Kuan Yew School, Public Policy. I want to know about what are your secret of success in your life, because you have been working for many years as ministers in many ministries. And I'm very interested in trade policy and foreign policy, and how foreign policy and trade policy contribute to Singapore's success today. Thank you.
Yeah, he wants to become the foreign minister of Myanmar. So can you advise him how to become?
I try wherever I am to be of some use to people around me. And that will give me enormous satisfaction. We are only for a brief period what we are. From dust, we return to dust. During the period when we are whole, let the world remember us for our contributions and not wish that we had not existed. So whether we do big things or small things, it doesn't matter. Make a difference and make it a better world. Yeah.
That's your answer. Okay, before I come to you, Gillian, let me take a question. I'll go to Gillian. There's a question in the other room. Minister, you seem... Oh, I shouldn't call you minister, sorry. Scholar.
George is absolutely fine. It happens to be my name.
No, sorry, I was just reading the verbatim. You seem to be suggesting that censorship is a necessary evil. Do you think China will need censorship to maintain stability?
No, all of us censor, whether we say it or not. It's a matter of degrees of censorship and the subtlety with which it's accomplished. I remember once on my Facebook posting stunning images of the Hadramaut Rift Valley, which I visited. And there were pictures taken from a balloon or an aeroplane. I didn't understand the words, they were all in Arabic. So I posted it, it reminded me of my visit with Arab Singaporeans to Hadramaut. And mysteriously, a few weeks later, it disappeared. And I tried to check, gone. Who removed it? I don't know. But there are obviously people who monitor these things and make them work. And that's fine to me. I don't believe in cyberspace becoming an all-encompassing space without barriers, because cyberspace can achieve good, can achieve evil, and all of us will seek to protect ourselves. We're all connected. Every cell in our body is connected to each other. We're connected in a biological sphere. But the key to life is the ability to separate the inside from the outside, and therefore to cellularize and to separate two spaces by semi-permeable membranes. The Snowden disclosures have, of course, accentuated it. But I have no doubts in my mind that if you look at cyberspace today, the Chinese, the Russians, the Indians, the Germans, the Brazilians all create their own separate universes. They're all porous, but where it is important to them, they will achieve controls. And even as individuals now, those who can provide that software so that we can protect some of our privacy, such software will become very popular and marketable. So this cellularization of the internet space, the way the biological space is cellularized, to me is an inevitable development. It will impede efficiency to a point, but it will also greatly reduce infection. And it will enable different communities to maintain their own sense of self. And that's powerful.
Okay, Gillian, then I'll come to you, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Yeo. It's always inspiring to listen to you. My question has to do with your point about how we have an advantage as Singaporeans in terms of the arbitrage that's needed because we have the cultural wherewithal, a point you made just now. So just to extend that argument and talking about the future, are there ways in which we can emphasize and highlight and build on this interoperability? And there are 2 points I'd like to get your views on. What are the things that hold us back from reforming our mother tongue policy in order to allow Singaporeans to choose what second language they would like to take up, or rather their parents would like them to take up in schools? The point being that, then there won't be special provision needed for Chinese to learn Malay, or for Malays to learn Chinese, or Indians to learn Chinese, or whatever, so that we can operate and play in Asia and Southeast Asia, which relates to the second part, which is what, by your understanding, are the things that hold us back from reforming the SAP system, the SAP school system, so that SAP schools can then also welcome children of all ethnic backgrounds to take up the second language at a higher level, whether it's in Chinese, Malay, or Tamil, or eventually Hindi. So what do you think are the barriers to us becoming even more, to highlight and emphasize our interoperability in this changing world that requires us to be able to play everywhere, at all times, in every manner? Thank you, Mr. Yeo.
You mentioned parents deciding on their children's behalf the languages they should master. For indeed, learning a language is an investment of a lifetime and reflects a view of the world. That's very important. So parents decide for their children. Because if you don't pick up a language when you're young, picking it up when you're an adult is very difficult. So I don't subscribe to the view that the government should not somehow have a view on this. Because schools have got to be built, teachers have got to be trained. So in order for parents to be allowed to give effect to their choices, a whole infrastructure, a menu of choices must already be available, and it cannot be an infinite menu. So governments have got to take decisions. And there are consequences for 2 generations down. You may quarrel with particular policies, and in any society there can be a very rational debate about this. In Singapore we have this debate interminably, because language is such an important issue and so close to our hearts, because as the Malay say, bahawa jiwa bangsa, that language is the soul of a community. So it is so bound up with a sense of self. And because it is bound up with a sense of self, respecting a language is respecting the self in the individual, in the community. And if you cut a person off from his language, he loses a large part of his past and a large part of his cultural moorings. We are very diverse in Singapore. You go into a hawker center and you just be still and listen to the cacophony. Then you say, yes, this is Singapore. It is not the Singapore that you see on television, where each channel is monolingual. It is a Singapore which is constantly, incessantly, insistently multilingual, not only between sentences, but within sentences, in the actual syntax itself. Mind you, it makes it more difficult for us to learn English or Chinese to a high level. But we understand each other. And sometimes, to establish our emotional connections, all of us will switch occasionally to Singlish in order to make a point that we belong to a community. So this is the complex situation that we are in. You ask for simple answers. There are no simple answers. This is a cauldron constantly on the boil. And the key to it is this, that even as we bring in newcomers into our midst, and I know right now there's a certain resistance to too many newcomers coming in, our respectfulness to them is very important. I used to have to give out citizenship certificates to new citizens when I was an MP. And I would always give the same speech with different words, which is that it doesn't matter where you come from. You can be from Myanmar, you can be from England, you can be from Timbuktu. That link is precious to us. And please preserve your heritage, please preserve your language. We'll try to accommodate you as much as we can, but it has to be practical. And we are enhanced by it. But there's one additional requirement to be a Singaporean. That wherever you're from, whatever ethnic group you belong to, when you come to Singapore, your heart must be a little bit bigger, your mind must be a bit broader to accommodate those who are different from you. If you can do that, you're a Singaporean. That is always the speech I give to new Singaporeans. And if this is our deep philosophy, a big-hearted and a broad-minded Singapore, it is something which is something to be proud of.
As usual, we get questions always when you're about to finish. Let's take the last two questions together, and then we'll finish on time at 2:30. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Yeo. My name is Kei Chong. I'm an alumnus from the school. I'd like to ask a question about the Singapore's future in the next 20 years. Given the fact that for the past 49 years, Singapore has developed itself in many areas, technology, education, military, etc., etc. And we've created many miracles for the past 49 years. So I'd like to ask, in your view, for the next 20 years, can we continue to create such miracles? Thank you.
Okay, can I just take the other question too? Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah.
Actually, my question is somewhat similar. George has now mentioned the fact that a lot of the middle class are getting quite concerned about automation to the point where, you know, jobs are being replaced by technology, artificial intelligence, essentially. There was a book published earlier this year called The Second Machine Age, I believe, in which the two MIT people talked about, you know, AI, self-driving cars. You don't need taxi drivers anymore in Singapore. I mean, some might like that, some might not like that, actually. But you get situations like self-driving cars, you get things like Watson, where doctors not necessarily are going to be replaced, but they're going to be supplemented or complemented. So the question is, the solution that there has been posited, that has been put up with respect to AI is more education. But in Singapore has one of the best education systems at this point. So you have diminishing marginal returns. So what can Singapore do in light of the fact that you have artificial intelligence that's going to challenge a lot of the middle class jobs? Even law jobs, legal jobs are being challenged in the US. Discovery is being replaced by technology in the US, right now. Not necessarily doctors, but medical technicians to some extent are, and as I mentioned, also self-driving cars. So let's say for the next 50 years, what can Singapore do with respect to upgrading, reskilling, upskilling its population, such that AI is not going to really challenge the middle class jobs? Any thoughts from you will be greatly welcome. Thank you. By the way, George.
To summarize the two questions, how do we ensure the next 50 years as good as the first 50 years?
That's correct. Thank you.
Singapore is not intelligible in itself. it's like one of those species which have adapted to an environment where, to understand that particular species form, because to understand the environment. And what's our environment? Our environment is Asia. We lie astride the maritime Silk Road. That is the lifeblood running through our body. It ebbs, it flows, we're with it. And if you ask yourself, what will Asia look like 20 years from now? Would there be peace? Would there be development? I think there's a fair chance that there will be peace. We don't have time today to talk about the Sino-US relations or Sino-Japan relations. The US will be an inseparable part of Asia in the next 20 years. The way Asians interact with one another will be based not on an Indian operating system or a Chinese operating system, but on a US operating system. The intellectual categories, the assumptions will be largely American ones. And it's not at all surprising, because without the millions of Asians who went to study in America and absorb this knowledge and these intellectual categories, what we see in Asia will not happen. So I don't see a necessary conflict between China and the US. Yes, the US has a certain missionary self-conception, so it wants others to be American. I think it's very difficult. China, on the other hand, has no wish to make others like them. If China were a missionary power like the Soviet Union, then I think a clash is inevitable, because everybody will be an arena of contest. But China has no wish to turn non-Chinese into Chinese. So if the Americans want to turn others into Americans, so it doesn't impinge upon China, China said, well, it's up to you. That's the Chinese position. And between India and China, will there be conflict in the next 20 years? Yes, there's a border dispute. Yes, the 1962 war left a deep scar in India, which is still not fully healed. But I notice now in India, an increasing number of the intelligentsia coming to the conclusion that the 1962 war was in fact provoked by Nehru. The account given by Neville Maxwell in his book. There is a report which is still kept classified. But yes, the word has gone around that in fact it's not as people thought in the past, that Mao Zedong egregiously crossed the line of control to give India a bloody nose. If that was Mao Zedong's intention, but he moved back to the line of control. In the 60s and 50s, 60s and 70s and 80s, China, under Mao, under Zhou Enlai, under Deng Xiaoping, said, well, let's just settle on a line of control, Aksai Chin for Arunachal Pradesh. India said no. Now India says, maybe. China says no, that Tawang will be part of China. Why Tawang? Because Tawang was where I think the 6th Dalai Lama reincarnated, and I think they're afraid that the Dalai Lama will choose to reincarnate there and torment China for one more lifetime. But now the Dalai Lama says there's no need for him to reincarnate. So maybe a solution will be found out of it. But on the Chinese side, if you talk to ordinary Chinese, and there was a war in 1962, most of them will look at you in a very puzzled way. Was there a war with India? I mean, for them, India is chaotic, it's messy. But India was where the sutras came from. India was where Xuanzang went and came back and brought Buddhism, which became fully digested and a part of Chinese society. So I think there's a fair chance there won't be war between the US and China. I don't see war between China and India. And in between Southeast Asia, if we stay together, which I think there's a good chance we will, this half of the world will be the happier half of the world. And Singapore is right in the middle of it. And if there's an endowment to talk about, this is the endowment. That we are in the center of the region where there is a lot of hope for half of humanity. And how do we prosper? By inserting ourselves into it. By this multifaceted network. And we are small. We need only a few tiny crumbs to enjoy a good life in Singapore and to make this a wonderful place. So I'm optimistic. Then the fear whether technology will somehow, it's a Luddite view, right? That the machine takes over our work and in the end becomes our master. It will be a long time before artificial intelligence will surpass the human brain. And if we teach our children only by rote to do things which are repetitive, which are replaceable, then we're not preparing them well. I think it's very important in this new age to be able to cross domains, both disciplinary domains, across the sciences, between the sciences and the arts, and they're all gray areas, and across cultural domains. Because inter-domain boundaries are the most difficult to codify, and therefore the least likely to be replaceable by machines or to be outsourced. So the arts are important. Culture is important. How to be a human being, how to interact with people who are different from you. If you have a Muslim friend, what do you do? If this is Yom Kippur, what do you do? If you are vegetarian, a Buddhist vegetarian, not a Hindu vegetarian, what does it mean? And if from a young age we internalize all these things so that it's almost natural to us, we'll always be able to find value to the world around us.
You know, one of the key goals of our 10th anniversary celebrations was to ensure that we gave you a lot to reflect on. And I'm sure you will all agree that in this session, George has given us an enormous amount to reflect on. And I'm sure we can come back 10 years from now. You'll still be a visiting scholar at Lee Kuan Yew School, and we'll have another round of reflection. So thank you very much, George.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you once again to Mr. Yeo and Professor Mahbubani. To celebrate our 10th anniversary, a year-long series of research and public events were organized. We will now like to share the highlights of our 10th anniversary events with a short video. You can also download the videos of all our public lectures held during our 10th anniversary at the Lee Kuan Yew School website, www.lkyspp.nus.edu.sg. Just a general reminder, a survey form can be found in the conference pack provided. We would like to urge you to fill out these forms, and we appreciate all feedback provided. After the completed survey form, it can be exchanged at the Lee Ka-shing Student Lounge for a copy of the 10th anniversary book. 1 copy per completed survey form. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the video montage.
A lot of employers are voicing concerns. You know, we are getting these people with economics degree who are very clever, very mathematically competent, but they have no idea about the real world. And we are spending a lot of time and resources retraining these people.
What the rest of the world can give to China is something much more elemental than that. I think what the rest of the world can give to China is respect. 尊敬,互相尊敬. And the more Chinese leaders I speak to, and senior diplomats and researchers around the world, there's a very basic underlying civilizational question here. Effectively what the West has said to China for the last 150 years is, will you hurry up and become like us? That's essentially what we've been saying. For God's sake, just hurry up and become like us.
Now, some people say, well, the thing to do is to train people up, to educate people. It's all about skills. And I am passionately in favor of people being more educated and people having higher skills. But I'm afraid I think as an answer to the problem of growing inequality, it is probably facile. It's too easy. I think we are unlikely to be able to increase the wage rate of the person who cleans our houses or cleans our offices simply by giving them more skills.
And then he does something different, which is he goes around all the other chickens and he identifies the single most productive ones. So the sort of super chickens, the super high achieving chickens. And he puts all of them into a single flock. Because he wants to find out what's going to be more productive and fit from an evolutionary perspective, the random flock or the super flock. And after 6 generations, he comes back, he checks up on his chickens. And the random flock is still very happily cranking out eggs, fully feathered, plump, healthy, fine. Super chickens are a different story. All but 3 are dead. They've killed each other.
Evening. The conference is called Singapore and a Rising Asia, and of course the morning was very much all about Singapore, and I hope all of you had a chance to get out to those very interesting sessions. I attended one that was very lively. And we just had Mr. George Yeo really lift our sights almost to a philosophical plane, indeed to a philosophical plane, but really to look at very huge issues at a global level. Although in the end, and particularly in the Q&A, I think you saw him traverse from a micro level, that is Singapore, all the way up to very big global issues. This session brings the sights down somewhat, that is to Asia. And we have 2 very fine guests here, very fine speakers and scholars with us, great commentators. I'm just going to introduce them very briefly while Joe gets wired up. I think he wants to be wired up. Are we wiring him up? The wiring's on its way. Let me begin by introducing Roger Cohen then, in the meantime. Roger joined the New York Times in 1990. He was a foreign correspondent for more than a decade. Before becoming foreign editor on a rather fateful day, September the 11th, 2001, and became foreign editor 6 months later. Since 2004, he's written a column for the International New York Times until 2013, known as the International Herald Tribune. First for the news pages, and then from 2007 onwards for the op-ed page. And since 2009, he's been a columnist of the New York Times. Roger's written several books, Hearts Grown Brutal, Sagas of Sarajevo, which was published by Random House in 1998. And this is an account of the wars of Yugoslavia's destruction. Another book is Soldiers and Slaves, American POWs Trapped by the Nazis' Final Gamble, published by Knopf in 2005. He's co-written a biography of General Norman Schwarzkopf of Gulf War fame, In the Eye of the Storm, and this was published by Farrar, Straus and Giroux in 1991. And very interestingly, a much more personal book, a family memoir, The Girl from Human Street, Ghosts of Memory in a Jewish Family, also published by Knopf, to be released in January 2015. Joe's back with us. Joe Studwell is co-founder of the China Economic Quarterly and the author of several works as well. He's worked as an author, commentator, and academic researcher in East Asia for more than 20 years, so he's no stranger to these parts. From 1997 to 2007, Joe was the founding editor of the China Economic Quarterly. His latest book is How Asia Works, Success and Failure in the World's Most Dynamic Region. This was published in March of 2013. The Financial Times reviewer wrote, Studwell's thesis is bold, his arguments persuasive, and his style pugnacious. So we may see some of that pugnacity today, but it adds up to a highly readable and important book. How Asia Works is now going to be published in Chinese as well. As well as writing many books, he's done increasing amounts of academic research and teaching at the universities of Bristol and Cambridge in the UK, and has been employed as a consultant by UNCTAD. He's currently based in Cambridge, doing research at the Judge Business School there, and doing a PhD. So he will be a fully certified member of the scholarly community pretty soon. And his thesis focuses on state-firm relations in conditions of effective industrial policy in China. So, without further ado, let me first invite Roger Cohen to come up and speak, and his topic is Resurgent America, an Essential 21st Century Power. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Kanti. Thank you, Kishore, for this invitation to speak on this auspicious anniversary. I spend a lot of my time, most of my time, in a depressed Europe and a war-torn Middle East. So you can't imagine what a fillip it is to be in what George Yeo just called this happy half of the world. To be in a place where on the 10th anniversary of an institution, one's already looking forward to the 20th anniversary, rather than dwelling on what went wrong 10 or more years ago. I should start with a warning, and the warning is this. I'm going to be talking about the United States in Asia, and you should bear in mind that I'm a newly minted American. I only became an American less than 10 years ago, and I've not quite yet rubbed the stardust from my eyes. I tend to believe in the beneficence of American power, whatever the evidence to the contrary, and there has been quite a lot since 9/11. When I became an American citizen, I had to do an English test. And the English test consisted of a dictation, consisted in part of a dictation. And the first sentence I had to write out was, I want to be a good American. I want to be a good American. I wrote it out. She said, yes, that's correct. Are you ready for the second sentence? Yes, I said. I plan to work very hard every day. No day of rest, no Sabbath, no nothing. And I thought to myself, well, this is a nation that inculcates its fundamental values very early on. And I was thinking of this on arrival here in Singapore when my taxi driver told me that he works 14 to 16 hours every day and gets a maximum of 5 hours sleep a night. And he had to do this in order to support his family, support his son, support his father. He was divorced. He also did some stickering on a taxi. And he told me of an incident where he had a rendezvous with his girlfriend. But every day he sets himself a target of how much money he has to earn in that day before he can go off work. And he was 10 Singapore dollars short of that target. And he knew his girlfriend was waiting, but he took the decision that he had to wait for this fare before going to meet her. Well, not surprisingly, when he got there, late, very late, she was angry, and she pushed a $20 bill into his face and said, "I'm more valuable than money." And he said to me, "No, that's wrong. If you waver, if you falter in your goals, then you open the floodgates. You have to hold fast. You have to work hard." So I think clearly a very powerful work ethic does link not only Singapore and the United States, but also Asia and the United States in general. And I don't think that the Asian dream and the American dream are that far apart in their essentials. In Europe, as you know, it's somewhat of another story. I think in France, to say that you intend to work a 14-hour day on a regular basis is to merit a certificate of insanity. But for all that binds, that I've just described, there is a fraying that no Alibaba magic can hide. And on recent visits to Asia and Vietnam, I've been struck by the chorus. That's to say that the United States, far from pivoting to Asia, is devoting less attention to Asia. That pivot to Asia is merely an empty phrase. That former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton actually devoted more attention to Asia than the incumbent John Kerry. That President Obama has really made very little effort to conclude the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I think there was a reference earlier to promiscuity when it comes to trade agreements. Well, the current president is certainly the least promiscuous in recent history when it comes to free trade and trade agreements. There's, you know, a declining US share of trade and investment with ASEAN countries. There's a sense that the American reaction to the new Chinese assertiveness and even bullying in the South China Sea has been somewhat muted. There's concern even about the US treaty commitment to Japan. In short, there is a great deal of worry, at least that I hear in my visits to this part of the world, that the United States is not counterbalancing China, but conceding to China, as Beijing pushes outward in search of resources, opportunity, and control. And I think for a nation like Singapore and for many other nations, including the Philippines and Vietnam, a sense of offsetting balance is extremely important. That is to say that China's rise is to be welcomed, but welcomed in the measure that it is not monopolistic, that there is an alternative, that there is the possibility of balancing. But my sense is that Xi Jinping looms increasingly large, whereas President Obama appears weak. There's a feeling of an America in eclipse. Now, of course, we've been here before. After Sputnik, it was the Soviets who were taking over the world. In the 1980s, it was Japan that was taking over. The United States has an unusual capacity to prove the declinists wrong. It is a land of reinvention, constant reinvention. Nevertheless, as George Yeo, I think, indicated, I do think that we are at a very delicate juncture. Historically, it has never occurred that a power of the dimensions of China emerge without conflict or even conflagration. And the great question of our day, as I see it, as Henry Kissinger put it, is whether, perhaps for the first time in history, a rising state, in this instance China, can be incorporated into the international system to strengthen peace and progress, and does not prove so disruptive as to ignite major conflict. And I think it's also clear that the post-1945 order, with the United States as the world's indispensable and ordering power, has begun to unravel. But it's begun to unravel without anyone being sure what will replace it. It was very striking recently, after the latest flare-up in Gaza with its 2,100 dead, the Secretary of State, John Kerry, went to the region, but which country actually acted as mediator in the ceasefire that was eventually achieved? It was not the United States, it was Egypt. And that, I think, is why we all feel somehow, or many of us do, I certainly do, that the world is more dangerous today than at any time in my lifetime. I wrote a column recently called The Great Unraveling, and it was about this sense of unease. And I don't think I've ever had such a powerful reaction to a column. This somehow struck a chord. There were more than 1,000 comments on the New York Times. It took off in the Twitter sphere. I think part of the reaction to Ebola, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, is that it also feels like a metaphor for our time, a time, after all, in which we've seen the plague of beheadings. And the 21st century is in search of a new order, and I suspect it won't find one for some time. Now, what is the state of the United States today? Well, it's war-scarred. It's been through 2 unwon wars. And after this harsh post-9/11 experience, this difficult post-9/11 experience, it has turned inward. It is focused on itself. It's very reluctant to be drawn outward. President Obama is now very much against his will, a war president once again, going after ISIS. But this is not, in general, what the country wants. According to a Pew survey of America's place in the world that's done annually, 52% of Americans currently say that the United States should mind its own business internationally and let other countries get along the best they can on their own. And just 38% disagree with that. Now, that's the most lopsided balance in favor of the United States staying the heck out of other people's affairs that there's been in the 50-year history of that survey. It's also a nation, as you know, that is in political gridlock, huge and often paralyzing partisanship. Politics often seems to be the hostage to money. There's a sense of dysfunction in Washington. And the checks and balances so wisely incorporated into the American Constitution by the Founding Fathers, those checks and balances often seem these days to result in a very unsatisfactory checkmate. And of course, there is an economy that is still working its way through the fallout from the meltdown of 2008. And then I think on top of that, we have the Obama factor. The man who became the US president has not, I think, been the president we imagined. Now, there was a great deal of investing of wild and unreasonable hopes in President Obama after the Bush years. Nevertheless, I think there is a perception of weakness in the White House. I think when a US president says, for example, that President Assad will go, he's history, but sets that objective without having a plan to achieve it, that is a very grave thing. It sends a message that the president is not a man of his word. Similarly, with the setting of a red line in Syria that was then not respected, that again, I think, sent a message of weakness. When there's talk of a pivot to Asia, and the pivot doesn't seem to exist in reality, again, people perceive weakness in the White House. And my own view is that you can't, you have in some ways to link what has happened in the last several months, the annexation of Crimea, the first such act by a major power in Europe since World War II, ISIS's sudden emergence and advance, the new Chinese assertiveness. I think to say that this has nothing to do whatsoever, as some attempt to say, with this perception in the White House, I don't think that holds up. And yet, I think there is a strange duality in the American psyche. George Yeo spoke of the missionary nature of American power. Americans don't like President Obama's foreign policy. It's unpopular. He's translating what Americans want. He's been focusing, at least until very recently, on the home front. But Americans aren't happy with that. They don't like the sense of retreat from the world. They don't like the feeling that America's moment has passed. They don't like to think that the baton is being passed to China. They're unhappy with this notion of retreat. America, after all, is an idea. It is the only nation that is an idea. If you disassociate the United States from the American idea, from the spreading of freedom and democracy around the world, then America ceases to be itself. So there's an almost psychotic duality, I think, in Americans at the moment about their role. They're tired of war. They want concentration on education, on infrastructure, on domestic issues. And yet at the same time, when the president seems to offer them that, they're not happy about it at all. Now, America clearly, in this missionary role it sees for itself, sees itself as exceptional. It has a notion of its exceptionalism. And I think, if I understood him rightly, that George Yeo was arguing that China does not, that China, on the contrary, has raised non-interference to an ordering principle. I don't think I agree with him. I think each nation has a very strong sense of its exceptionalism. And these exceptionalisms are incompatible. On the face of it, they should not be. America's exceptionalism has to do with the spread of freedom. China's exceptionalism, as I understand it, has to do with the conviction that it is a peaceful power. It is a power unique for the fact that it doesn't go to war with other nations, it doesn't impose its will on others, that it spreads harmony. It is exceptional in this regard. That is the Chinese exceptionalism. I imagine that Tibetans, among others, might have something to say about that. So the notion that, in theory, freedom, peace, and harmony, these should all go together. But each understands these ideas in a way that produces an ideological clash. And as a result of that, there's a great deal of misunderstanding, suspicion, and friction right now between the United States and China. So I think one has to be guardedly pessimistic. But I put the stress on guardedly because if China's goal is a peaceful rise over the next couple of decades, the worst thing that could happen to it, the worst thing, would be America's retreat as an Asian power. Why? Because the United States' presence in this region is the best guarantee against a Sino-Japanese war and the best guarantee against Japan going nuclear. It's the best guarantee that nations including Vietnam, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Singapore can profit from China's rise without being squashed by it. It's the best guarantee that India's rise and China's rise can accompany each other and reach an endpoint of balance rather than confrontation. In short, the United States can play for Asia the critical offsetting role that it played for Europe after the Stunde Null, the 0 hour of 1945. But of course, you'll all say, America had inherited the earth in 1945. What it was capable of then, it's certainly not capable of now. And the question has to be, with regard to Asia as anywhere else, can America stay the course? Can the United States still play this critical role I've just described? Well, I've outlined briefly some of America's weaknesses. I've spoken much less of its enduring strengths, but they're there. The United States is still a relatively young country, certainly compared to the nations of Europe. Its demographics are good, far better than Russia's, far better than Europe's. It will be self-sufficient in energy within the next decade. There's a manufacturing revival. The devices I see everybody on Orchard Street using are all plugged in to Twitter and Google and WhatsApp and all the other brilliant products that have emerged from Silicon Valley. The United States has a remarkable creativity and the capital to power that creativity. And it has, as I mentioned earlier, a proven capacity for renewal. And, as Lee Kuan Yew himself observed to Zhou Nai, and I quote, "China can draw on a talent of 1.3 billion people, but the United States can draw on the world's 7 billion people and recombine them in a diverse culture that exudes creativity in a way that ethnic Han nationalism cannot do." So I think on balance, the declinists' case on America is a tough one to make. If you look at the arc of the last 70 years, phases of retreat from the world and re-entry into it have been a constant. After Vietnam, the United States folded inward. It then came back. 20 years from now, on the 30th anniversary of this great institution, I can imagine a headline saying, "America is back." So yes, ladies and gentlemen, the United States will be a 21st century Asian power. And how China and America juggle that reality will determine, in significant measure, the course of the century. In Hong Kong, at this very moment, we can see how the human urge of people not to bow to any government to which they have not given their consent will challenge the Chinese model over time. And again, I think, guarded pessimism, with the accent on the guarded, is in order. This area is amazing, this part of the world. Where I spend my time, people are looking back. I covered the wars in the Balkans. I don't know how many conversations I was in that were devoted to events of 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago, 200 years ago. The same is true in the Middle East. It's important to remember history. It's important sometimes also to forget history in order to move forward. Amnesia can be a useful tool for a region, at least selective amnesia. And America, I think, is, in its essence, the land of forward-looking reinvention. And Asia today is inhabited by a great burst of lean-forward energy. And however uneasy the partnership is, and I've described, I hope, the reasons for that, it is a needed partnership, and in large measure, a natural one. I would not advise my children to look elsewhere in the world for hope, or for Alibaba's open sesame to fortune. Thank you.
When I introduce him, that he will speak on when will governance matter to China's growth. Joe?
It's okay, I'll just use this. So, do we use this one? Ah, okay. Oh, I see. It's going to come down. I thought that I'd prepared some slides and we wouldn't be able to see them, but it's all very modern and Singaporean and well organized. Good. I was asked to speak about governance and institutions, which is a very important and a very difficult and complex subject. It has tripped up academics who are far more intelligent than I am. You're probably aware that, well, in the last couple of years, but it's really been going on for 20 years, that people have tried to write well about the role of institutions in the world and their connection to economic development. And many people have tried it and walked away. They found it to be like trying to make a sculpture with yogurt. You just can't get your hands around this thing. But Donald Lowe in the school was kind enough to ask me to do this. And not only to do it, but he said, you're going to have to do it. When I turned up and saw him at the beginning of the week, he said, oh, by the way, can you do it in 25 minutes? So there we are. A very important, difficult subject in 25 minutes. All right, I focus on China. When will governance matter to China's growth? Now, I start with, I don't know where I point. Okay, I start with what I call Sen's razor. Now, Sen refers to Amartya Sen, the Nobel Prize-winning Indian economist, you'll have heard of Occam's razor. Sen's razor refers to what Amartya Sen says about this interminable debate about can you have economic development with democracy? I mean, it's gone on here in Singapore for decades, goes on in other places in the world. And other, you know, what's the relationship of freedom of the press to economic development, so on. Amartya Sen says, listen, this whole debate is based on a false distinction, using there the philosopher's term. He says, political development, democratic development, freedom, habeas corpus, all of these things are part of development, along with economic development. And so it is a false distinction to try to separate these things. If you want to be a developed country, you are not just going to have to be rich, you're going to have to be free, you're going to have dignity, you're going to have genuine rule of law and all the rest of the things. So why get involved in what is essentially a sterile debate? Because all of these things are part of development. I think that this is a useful thing to bear in mind when people start to argue about things which perhaps we don't need to argue about, because I don't think many people would disagree that the end point of development would involve maximum dignity and freedom for the individual as well as the group. Okay, so I just start by highlighting that. Now, here we're not talking about development as a complete thing. We're talking specifically about economic development. So we're leaving the other things behind. Now, my remit was China's economy has grown at 10% a year for 3 decades without clear property rights, without the rule of law, without the development of a free media or a pluralistic civil society. Why was this possible, and are there any lessons from earlier post-Second World War development success stories about when and how governance institutions become a significant variable in economic development? So this is the question that I'm trying to answer. If we just try to distill that a little bit, I think that what we're really asking is the economic impact of institutions stage specific? Is it chronologically sensitive? Are institutions more and less important at different stages of development? Yes or no? Well, we haven't moved forward. Oops, now we've gone to the wrong one. Yes, stage specific or not. Well, the sneak preview to the answer that I'm going to arrive at is that, yes, I think that institutions are stage specific. And I think that this view, this way of approaching the problem, helps us to avoid the kind of black or white answers which I associate with, for instance, a book like Why Nations Fail, which has been tremendously successful as a book, but it says that institutions are always important throughout the whole process. And my personal experience of living for a decade in China and doing work in East Asia for a quarter of a century is that that's just not true. So we move on to select some institutions. I mean, as I said at the beginning, part of the problem with the subject is almost anything is potentially an institution. So let's pick some. We've got property rights, about which a lot has been written. We've got the rule of law. And since we're in a university, let's have education as well as an institution. And I've said that I can't do civil society or a free press and things like that in 20 minutes, because they are actually more amorphous, complex institutions, and the data that's available is just poorer as well. So, with that in mind, we move on to China. We start with property rights. Well, what kind of property rights does China have? Very poorly defined. But what China has taught us, I believe, in the last 30 years is that, curiously, in a developing economy, once assets, once property is clearly owned, one thing that you can actually do is increase the incentive to steal stuff. Now, let me try and explain what I mean by this. One of the biggest problems that China has had in reform experiments, the Chinese are very good at experimenting with things that they think that they might want to do. One area of experiment that has been a failure so far for them is attempting to privatize state enterprises through management buyouts. I remember a conversation with a businessman in Zhejiang. I like Zhejiang very much because there's personal cultural prejudice, but I believe that Zhejiang is the only province in China where you can ask a Chinese person a straight question and get a completely straight answer. I mean, I just think that's Zhejiang culture. And I asked him about the privatization of some state businesses in Zhejiang. I think we were in Taizhou at the time. And he said to me, that has been the most rotten, corrupt bit of activity that I've seen in my business life. The inside managers of the firms had all the information at their disposal, and they have just screwed the state and bought these assets on the cheap. Well, the Chinese government knows this, and this is why so far it's shut down these attempts to, I mean, the end point is you're trying to create property rights. You're trying to have private property rights, move away from unclear or state ownership, but often in China, unclear. Why is it unclear? Well, I'll give you an example. If you go into a state-owned company, and there's still many state-owned companies, or a state unit in China, and you say, who does this belong to? You can get multiple answers. Often, for instance, people will say, well, really, this belongs to its line ministry. Those are the people with the claim on the equity. But then you ask another people, and they say, no. All of this stuff really belongs to the Ministry of Finance. Yeah? And the line ministry is just there to run the operation. They think they own it, but actually it really belongs to the Ministry of Finance. Then you ask another guy, and he will say, no. The Ministry of Finance is part of the government. This country is run by the party. How long have you been here? Have you not realized this? The party runs this country. That thing belongs to the party. Okay, 3 answers about who owns a business. Totally unclear property rights. Theoretically, if you follow Hernando de Soto and people like this, it should be a disaster, but they're growing at 10% a year. Well, how is this possible? My answer is that it actually has compelled the managers of businesses to profit personally by adding value rather than by looting. The point of comparison, the obvious one, is the Russian privatization program of 1992 to 1994. Perfectly clear property rights. There's a voucher system. Businesses privatized the Russian population. Everyone's got a voucher, and you know what you own. You own equity in this business. What happens in this fantastic property rights experiment? The people who've got the vouchers, the public, don't know the value of the thing that they own. Yeah, it's a period of crisis in Russia. So you get the oligarchs, tycoons, godfathers, call them what you want, the guys who own Premiership football clubs. They gain control of banks. When you control a bank, you control capital. They then use the banks to mop up all the equity. And then you wake up and suddenly a bunch of guys control the mineral assets of one of the most mineral-rich countries in the world. Well, if you roll on to today, we're now in this bizarre situation where after someone like Yeltsin, you've got to go to someone like Putin, who's a thoroughly unpalatable character as an individual, but has actually sort of come back in and had to roll back a lot of this stuff that resulted from believing the theory about property rights and the theory about other ways to handle a developing economy. So there's the contrast that I would draw. China, very slow to clarify property rights, 10% growth. Russia, you know, they do what the textbooks say. And where are they? Number 2, the rule of law. Does China have the rule of law? No. China does not have the rule of law. China has, and they're very honest about this, China has socialist rule of law. They never lie about this. They say it's socialist rule of law. What does it mean in practice? It means that the political and legal affairs committees at local, provincial, national level, which pay judges, appoint judges, run courts. Well, they don't directly run them, but essentially are the power behind the judicial throne. When you have a sensitive case or an important case, they essentially pre-decide the outcome. That is not the rule of law. That is socialist rule of law. Yeah? The party, it's a Leninist system. The party is deciding what is good for the masses. But they don't lie about it. They don't say we've got rule of law. They do actually always say we've got socialist rule of law. It's only outsiders who don't listen to what they're saying. Well, all right, here we are in Singapore. So I've put at the bottom a deliberate provocation. And my deliberate provocation is that even Singapore does not have what I would call genuine rule of law. And then I've written, you cannot, and I've crossed it out, you have not been able to, I've changed the tense to the past, you have not been able to sue the state and win on sensitive issues. I don't think I can get sued over that remark. I think it's true. Well, all right, so a few laughs. The serious point is that institutions are important, not so much in absolute terms, but in relative terms. Okay, Singapore does not have what Anglo-Saxons would define as true rule of law because the individual does not really have the capacity to sue the state on sensitive issues. But it doesn't matter because Singapore has got rule of law compared with Indonesia or Malaysia. So here you are, all those crumbs that George was talking about keep falling onto your table. But you haven't got absolute rule of law. In the Chinese case, of course, no rule of law, 10% growth. Final one, education. The Chinese system of education is elitist, like Singapore, corrupt, increasingly corrupt. It is widely despised by the population. It also cuts out millions of children of China's 150 million person strong migrant population from formal schooling altogether. And the pedagogy is backwards and subject to anti-academic indoctrination. So they spend quite a lot of time teaching people things that are palpably untrue for political purposes. But China still grows at 10% a year and has done for 30 years. So, what do we get to then? Well, what we get to is it isn't superior institutions in these areas that have made Chinese economic development so successful. Instead, for me, per How Asia Works, the book that I wrote that came out last year, it was, in China, number one, land reform, small scale, very high yield agriculture, supported by agricultural extension and farmer-friendly markets, leading to very broad-based distribution of rising incomes in the 1980s. We don't have time to go into it. Agriculture has been tremendously important in the world's most successful fast development stories in Japan, in Korea, in Taiwan, and in China, and the commonality is land reform. They're all land reform countries. Number two, in driving China's economic success for 30 years, an acute focus on manufacturing supported by infrastructure build-out. Again, no time to sort of go into detail on that. And third, the facilitating consideration for China's industrialization, financial repression, essentially everything that neoliberals tell you shouldn't do, closely controlled bank-based credit system, and capital controls. I love saying this because you can never say it too much. Outside of a couple of offshore centers, no successful developed country in the world has successfully developed without capital controls. And yet, for 30 years, the IMF has told people, if you want to develop, get rid of capital controls. They're now just changing their story, but it's difficult to believe that they were able to say that. Okay. Is this institution-denying recipe economically good forever? Is the way that China's carried on going to keep it moving in the future? No. No, 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 no. What we're doing here is we're trying to give a bit of stage-based complexity to our discussion about institutions, but nothing works forever. You want your examples? Well, Japan is a classic. You know, they were taking over the world, and they're not taking it over anymore. And I mentioned Italy in Europe, the standout post-Second World War developmental success story, growing for a quarter of a century at 6%, which coming from a higher base was profoundly impressive. Interestingly, they had land reform, they had an industrialization policy, and they had financial repression. I lived for 10 years. I've moved because Italy is now just so stuck that it's a miserable place to be. So what worked for them isn't working for them now. They need to change. Will they change? We don't know. But the point is that there are no permanently good policies. There are just policies that solve particular problems. Well, the final thing is, you know, can we think about why it might be that institutions are stage specific? And maybe in a couple of years I'd like to write a book on this subject, but I'm only just beginning to think about it, so I can do nothing more than throw out a couple of thoughts to you. On property rights, what I see in countries like Italy and Japan is that, first of all, effective industrial policy and financial repression in all the successful developing countries create massive overcapacity. Basically, you rig the market in such a way that domestic credit is unnaturally directed towards your manufacturing and industrial sector. And this produces more firms than you ought to have. You make technological progress, but you create yourself your next problem. And your next problem is you need fewer firms and you need to decide which ones are the best ones. You won't be able to do this as a planner. You need to let the market do it. So you've got to let the market in. Well, unclear property rights, and we're seeing this in China now, very clearly militate against mergers and acquisitions. Because if it's not clear who owns it, or it's not freely tradable, how the hell are you going to buy it? And particularly, how are you going to buy it in a hostile transaction, which becomes much more important as your economy develops. I mean, an example I would throw out would be the Chinese auto industry. China has tried to do something I suspect is impossible, because no one has ever done it. I mean, nothing's theoretically impossible, but I think probably it is impossible, to create state-owned automotive champions. I mean, no one's ever produced a really globally competitive, state-controlled car firm and kept it that way. At the same time, China has produced some more competitive private car firms. But one of the problems that they face is that so much cash flow is in the hands of the state firms that the market is in many ways close to them. What ought to be possible is for private Chinese capital to take over public Chinese auto firms. But I think at the moment it's impossible to imagine that. It's impossible to imagine because the claims on ownership, I mean, the equity is there. The shares have been issued. But this equity is not freely tradable, because there are people in Beijing who think that ultimately it's theirs. And then there are people, particularly at the local and provincial level, who say, no, 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 no. I mean, it may be a listed company, but I mean, this is our business in our town and our set of vested interests. So I think one area where property rights become important at a later stage is that you need more M&A. You need a proper market in companies in a way that you don't at an earlier stage of industrial policy. So I would suggest that. On the rule of law, you know, what strikes me is that in economic terms, as you get richer, it's an absence of rule of law as you get richer, a serious absence of rule of law like China has. As a country gets richer, essentially provides protection for vested interests and for people who are corrupt and for firms and people who are inefficient and even lazy. Lazy is an interesting thing. Everyone works hard in the first generation of a developing country, and then their kids begin to realize that there's more to life than just work. And then you get the phenomenon which people would have thought was impossible 20 years ago. I taught a student last year, a Korean, who was very lazy. I don't think that 20 years ago anyone could imagine that a Korean could be lazy, but then now Koreans are beginning to be lazy. You know, you need new mechanisms to deal with this kind of thing. In terms of rule of law, also, of course, the vested interest that the rule of law allows to be taken on get much bigger by virtue of economic success. When a country's poor, there's not actually that much worth stealing. When a country is as rich as China has now become at $8,000 GDP per capita, there's lots of stuff worth stealing. And that's why it's a more serious issue that you don't have an effective and more independent judicial system, and that you're attempting to tackle corruption simply by the traditional Chinese method of the yenda, of the strike hard campaign. Well, that's that one. Education, I think that once you start to compete with the big boys, which is to say us, in human capital terms, not me personally, I'm not a big boy, but I mean us in terms of developed countries, then you need to take more of the population with you. When you start out as a developing country, small numbers of, I mean, Singapore's a classic example. Small numbers of people can drag society forward. You know, the so-called pioneers of a place like Singapore. Small numbers of people drag large numbers of people forwards, because what are you doing? You're doing things like industrial planning behind the technology curve. Small numbers of people are saying, well, we need to do that, that, and that, because everybody who's been successful has done those things, and so let's just get on with it. And Japan, China, Singapore, Taiwan, Korea are all characterized by small, highly motivated, highly effective bureaucracies in their core developmental eras. But I would suggest that going forward in the next 10 or 20 years, and I think this is already clear, the game is beginning to change. The most competitive societies in the world will take a much bigger proportion of their societies with them in human capital terms, in terms of really mobilizing more deeply the human capital resources of a society. It won't be enough to be just an elite led society. Now, if you look back the last 20, 30 years, we've lived through the era of financialization. At the firm level, companies have competed very aggressively through financial engineering, through making capital work harder, and industries from retail to banking have been revolutionized by this. It went too far, and this was part of the reason for the global financial crisis. Moving forward, I think a dimension that we are going to see companies competing in much more is through human capital, real deep development of human capital. Again, I mean, I always look at firms and begin from the firm level. If you look at the firm level in multinational businesses, the tradition has been, typical tradition has been that human resource manager for a multinational firm has been a woman. And it's been a woman who is not going to become the CEO. There's been a very powerful element of tokenism about people who get that human resource job. Going forward, that I don't think is going to be the case. Going forward, the person doing the human resource job is going to be either a man or a woman who will go on to be the CEO of the business, just like so many CFOs in the financialization era went on to be the CEO of the business. So there will be more friction, I think, from the education sector as an institution than there has been in the past. And that's partly just a shift, a secular shift in what's going on globally in the world. So we reached the conclusion, and it is that institutions are a stages story, at least for me. And institutions are becoming more important to China's economic potential. And Xi Jinping is not much interested in two of the institutions that I've mentioned. And I'll leave you to guess which ones you think he's less interested in, which one he's more interested in. So I think China's going to see some friction going forward, but it's not terminal from a Chinese perspective. But the question is answered fundamentally by saying that yes, institutions are very important, but they're also very time specific. And that's the end. Oh, I brought some books with me. So there are a few around. I don't know where they are, but if I do find them and you want a book, you can find me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Studwell. We'll now proceed to the question and answer sessions. Once again, please proceed to the standing microphones to field your questions. Please remember to introduce yourself and keep your questions brief. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. So we're at that happy stage where all of you can become involved in the proceedings far more directly. The mics are open, and I'd like to invite you to use them. All right, Sheikh Lubnazar first.
Joe, how do you explain to the Chinese the downfall of economic crises and financial crises in a highly developed world that has so much of governance, transparency, exercise rule of the law, IMF-led, and everything else? How could you justify the failings of all the stuff that happened in the financial world? It's not just the greed itself, but there were existing checks and balances. How do you justify that to the Asian world that's trying to catch up with them?
Well, I mean, I would justify it to them by saying that, you know, the financialization of the world. I mean, I follow Minsky on this. If you read economics, I mean, I think that Hyman Minsky's book, he only really wrote one book, and I just think it's the best book that's been written on this subject. I mean, Minsky simply pointed out that ever since the end of Bretton Woods, you have this pattern in the financial sector whereby people who are very clever with financial instruments are perpetually trying to stretch money. And of course, you can stretch money with a fractional banking system because you create new instruments. You know, whether it was in the 60s, certificates of deposits, or in the 2000s, you know, new types of debt obligation. So everyone's trying to stretch money the whole time, and it's just a nightmare for regulators to keep their hands around this, because you've got such creative people who are doing it, also motivated by very large amounts of money. I mean, they're being paid a lot more money than the people who are being paid to regulate them. So, yes, I mean, I see that as it is. My view on this has always been that the only rational way to deal with it is to put a huge, great line between banking and speculative capital. You know, I think the solution that was reached after the 1929 crisis is better in some respects than what we're getting. Although we're getting something pretty close with the Volcker rule in the US. So I don't think they've gone for a clean enough solution in terms of the regulation. But of course, I mean, the banks are have tremendous lobbying resources. Bankers do believe that they're doing God's work. I don't know where they get the idea from, but anyway, they do believe it, some of them. And they've managed to get a sort of a fudge in terms of, but what I would say to the Chinese is, see it from the sort of British and American point of view, because we are talking about an Anglo-Saxon financial system here. See it from our point of view. go to New York and go to London and see what's going on. It's humming. It's humming because in the end, what matters more than the global crisis to the narrow interests of New York and London is that the system operates according to a system and rules that suit us and that suit the interests of the financial sector. And so that has broadly been preserved. Beyond that, there are many problems in the UK and the US. But when I look at the world, I mean, I found it very difficult the way that people have read what's gone on in the last 6 years as a single crisis, because to me it's always been two separate crises. One is an Anglo-Saxon financial crisis that affected the UK and the US and countries that followed their economic model, which would include Ireland and Spain. And the other is this kind of crisis that has just been like seeing an oil tanker come over the horizon that has been coming at us forever, which is the continental European crisis of our European fast growth countries, most obviously France and Italy after the Second World War, which applied a lot of what economists call rigidities in order to achieve rapid economic development. But then, as Engels pointed out in the 1880s, the only problem with protection is getting rid of it afterwards. They've been unable to deregulate and open up their economies, and this creates a debt problem, which through financial markets creates very large liabilities for other people. So it's been two separate crises going on at the same time, and I think that, there's markets have been panicking again recently about Europe, and they're right to panic because we've come out of the Anglo-Saxon crisis, but we're still in that other European crisis. They are two different things.
Thank you. Tan Sui Chair, NTUC. Just to respond to your conversation just ended, the very fact that you have a global financial crisis from New York and a European crisis demonstrate that even with some institutions, you will have problems. You will have problems, yeah. But to go back to your earlier talk, where I found it interesting the way you frame the problem definition, right? Because your assertion is that some institutions is necessary for sustainable growth or good growth. And then you went on with a fairly Western-centric analysis by using property rights, legal rights, and education. I will concede to you on property rights and legal rights for China, but not education, and say that even without those three, China could grow. But I could offer a counter-analysis and ask you what you think about it. For Singapore and in China, it's about context, it's about leadership, it is about the political party as an institution. If you look at the growth of Singapore, it grew out from an inflection point in the 60s of crisis response. And Deng Xiaoping's transformation of China grew out from an inflection point of the Cultural Revolution as well, under a destructive. So he has the ingredients to have an S-curve. And of course, Deng Xiaoping also made use of an institution called the Communist Party of China in the agitation of the entrepreneurial energies of China. Whether it could sustain beyond the S-curve remains the question of the time, right? Because then whether you need institutions. But by the previous conversation, we are implying that even with good institutions, you could have failures. You could have failures. Yeah. So I'll be interested on your take about how you see context leadership as well as a political party as an institution.
Yeah. Well, leadership is. I don't think leadership is an institution because leadership is about individuals. And I personally, I'm like Ha-Jin Chang, I think that leadership is extremely important. And a lot of, you say I'm Western-centric, but actually a lot of Western people shy away from emphasizing leadership because they somehow see it as, do they see it as sort of anti-democratic or something? Or maybe they see it as sort of suggesting that authoritarianism might be okay. But I just look at this and I just notice that leadership has been terribly important in countries that have succeeded. It doesn't matter whether you're the Meiji oligarchs, it doesn't matter whether you're Lee Kuan Yew, it doesn't matter whether you do touchy-feely European leadership like Olof Palme, who change the future of Sweden, produce one of the most under-remarked and extraordinary modernization, industrialization processes the world has ever seen, and just somehow managed to reason with the Swedes about what needed to be done and what needed to be sacrificed. So leadership is always fantastically important. And then the contacts thing, so the Guanxi thing is essentially what every society does when you can't trust people because the legal system doesn't work. So I mean, I lived in Italy for 10 years after China, and there's just as much Guanxi in Italy as there is in China, because the legal system in Italy is almost as crappy as it is in China. So I think that you know, it's another stage thing. I mean, human beings are very resourceful, and they compensate for missing institutions by finding ways around problems, and the way that people get around poor institutional infrastructure, and particularly rule of law problems, is to work through relationships and build trust at an individual level, rather than waiting for a weak government which is unable to provide it at a societal level. So that would be my answer. I'm sure Roger has some.
No, I would only contest your view that the Italian legal system is almost as bad as the Chinese.
Okay.
I think it is categorically worse than the Chinese.
There are a couple more people to ask questions, but I thought on the leadership issue, I might just come to Roger, because you said that Obama is perceived as being weak, and that you've been yourself quite critical of him. Do you see anything that he could really do to kind of restore his presidency in the last couple of years? We're going into midterm elections in the United States, such that the United States can make a comeback in Asia, for instance, but also deal with problems in Syria and now the mounting Ebola crisis?
Well, I think he has to learn the lesson of what I spoke about, which is setting objectives for which he has not determined the means. And I personally would favor a change in his national security and foreign policy team, which has involved the true faithfuls, McDonough, Ben Rhodes, Susan Rice, all the way through. People very much committed to preserving as far as they could the aura of the president, but not people with a great deal of hard-knuckle experience in the ways of the world. And I think what we've seen in Syria has ended up being immensely damaging to the presidency, to this president, in the name of caution. These aides were constantly counseling against getting involved, but at the outset, of course, Syria was an uprising similar to what had occurred in Egypt, Tunisia, Libya, and elsewhere. It then morphed into the locus of an epochal Sunni-Shia clash in the form of a civil war that has now torn up the Sykes-Picot order and destroyed borders and seen the birth of IS, and after all, it was 12 years ago that the United States went to war in Afghanistan because it had become the fiefdom of Al-Qaeda. Well, now you have something a lot closer. So I think President Obama has to. It's no good when the President of the United States says we hit singles. Maybe if we're lucky, we hit a double. But you know, we can't do a whole lot. He's the most powerful man in the world. Even if you think that, you don't say it. You don't say, we don't have a strategy for ISIS. You may not have a strategy for ISIS, but you have to be damn sure you don't say it until you do. And so these, I think, are fairly fundamental mistakes. And perception. I mean, clearly, policy is important, but so is perception. And I think there's a perception of a weakness, and I do think that the president could turn that around.
I don't know. I mean, I just add one thing. I mean, there's one sort of practical issue that I see, and thinking institutions. Maybe there's an institutional problem in America. I mean, Obama. I mean, I think stuff that you've written probably bears this out. Yeah, Obama has got a bunch of people inside the White House, and he's listened to them. and then listen to his own counsel as well. This is the United States. You know, when you look at the CIA, the NSA, the State Department, the Pentagon, this has the biggest informational resources. It's phenomenally power influential. And then you get presidents. But I mean, Obama's not new at doing this. I mean, I've seen it before. And then you've got all these amazing resources. People actually know what the bloody hell they're talking about and know what goes on in these places, and you don't listen to them.
Yeah, well, he's fairly famous for being rather a cold personality and then relying very much on his own intelligence. And there's something somewhat...
in that, I mean, if I may, Candy, I was just a small anecdote, which to me was very telling on that point of this feeling of aloofness or distance that he gives, and of being a professional. And I'm not sure Americans like professionals in the White House. They like something more. But I was being told by a European ambassador who recently arrived in a major European nation that he felt that it would be a nice idea on his piano to have a photograph of himself with the president. It'd be a nice thing for guests to see when they came to the house and so on. So not long after, he found himself in the Oval Office accompanying the leader of said state. And when the leader departed, he had the temerity to suggest, would you mind if we just had a quick photo taken? The president, in his words, leapt back about a yard and said that, well, no, that's not, that we can't do that. And that I think is an indication of how controlled. There's very little spontaneity, and that can be important.
Okay, well, our questioners here have been very patient. I'm going to go to the lady here first. I think we'll take three together, if you don't mind, because time's running on. So first you, and the gentleman at the back there, and then the lady in front.
Hi, my name is So Mang. I'm an alumnus of the Kuan Yew School and currently working as a consultant. My first question is to Mr. Studwell. In How Asia Works, you chronicled the rise of East Asian countries such as Taiwan, South Korea. Do you think that this model, this growth model, is replicable for current developing countries in the post-manufacturing, post-mass industrialization phase? And the other is just a general observation, and perhaps Mr. Cohen can comment on this. The most competitive societies, as you mentioned, are perhaps the United States, where 1% or even the top 0.1% has been getting richer and richer, as exemplified by the founders of Facebook and WhatsApp and all the other apps that you mentioned. So is the implication for educational policy now that we should be sensible and instead of trying to spend a lot of money on comprehensive public education reforms, to try and focus on helping the top tier elite students get further ahead and helping them become, I guess, more brilliant and reach their potential, since they will be bringing along a bigger portion of the society?
Okay, all right, go back there.
This is Justin Kwa here, and I'm actually a member of the public and a graduate from Curtin University. And my own question is specifically to Mr. Cohen. I just needed to ask with regards about your being the US being a resurgent and an Asian power. I personally would have some serious doubts about whether can it truly be able to be one when it still has got a massive amounts of debt. I mean of fiscal debt.
Okay, thank you. Lady in front.
Hi, Vivian Liu. Mr. Cohen, you had mentioned that American presence in Asia is essentially provides some buffer space for countries like Singapore so that we benefit from but don't get squashed by countries like China. And that position certainly has merit. With respect to the incursions in Crimea and the ongoing actions in Ukraine, I'm curious then why the international community, as led by the US and the EU, have not taken stronger action earlier, given that this provides obviously Putin and other potential addresses the opportunity and the encouragement, if any were needed, to be more aggressive in looking after national interests. I'm thinking, of course, of the South China Sea dispute as well, which Asia is obviously quite concerned about. So if you could comment on how that's consistent with safeguarding regional and global security in the short and medium run. And Mr. Studwell, I have a comment and question as well. You said that property rights in China essentially precludes M&A, but as we know, China obviously has been a major driver of mergers and acquisitions. I myself had the opportunity to serve on one, the strategic stake sale of China Mobile to Vodafone. So there obviously is a pathway for assets in companies to be defined, allocated, and carved out. How then do you view the M&A space in China over the last few decades, given your comment? Thank you.
All right. So would you like to go first, Roger? And then,
okay. Well, maybe I'll take them in reverse order. Well, in answer to your question, I do not think it is good for world order when the United States, for example, and I mentioned this, sets a red line, and then that red line is seen to be meaningless. And I don't think it's for nothing that the events you described, the annexation of Crimea, the fomenting of a little war in the eastern part of Ukraine on the grounds that the largest nation in the world somehow felt encircled and humiliated by the post-1989 encroachments of the West. It's not unrelated to that. Putin clearly felt that he had a hand to play that had been gifted to him, and he's proved not to be wrong. I mean, it's not easy to know how to respond, but I have been very struck and very alarmed by the passivity of the United States and the EU, which I guess for me culminated when hundreds of bodies, including the corpses of, I think, more than 100 Dutch citizens, maybe not quite that many, Victor will correct me, but many, many Dutch citizens, lay rotting in the sun in the cornfields of the Ukraine for days. And the West, these institutions, these powers that I have always believed in, hardly seem capable of lifting a finger. There's a great deal of energy dependency, of course, in the European Union on Russia. In some quarters, there's a kind of intellectual fascination with Russia, including on the left and on the right in Germany. Putin has cultivated, while denouncing the fascists of the Ukraine, he has cultivated the proto-fascists of Western European societies. It's all been fairly odious and dispiriting, but and I think the word of the United States at the moment carries diminished value. That's why I was very alarmed when President Obama, on his trip to Asia recently, when asked a question, I think, in the Philippines about Article 5 of the Japan Treaty, appeared to leave a little daylight there. You can't leave daylight on the treaty obligations of the United States, whether in Europe or in Japan, unless you want a global free-for-all. This is extremely combustible. It is very dangerous to do such a thing, and I find it very alarming. On debt and the United States, you're right. I mean, clearly this is a crimping factor for the US. All I was trying to suggest is that the American story is not over. This is a difficult moment, but I think it's an ephemeral one. I would bet that over the next decade, the declinists would be proved wrong, and that the United States will, as I said in my speech, despite what is hanging over it now and weighing it down, will revive. Finally on education matter. No. Please, please, please don't just educate elites and hope they invent a WhatsApp. I think the fragmentation within societies, not only of the West, but also in Asia and to some degree even in Singapore today, the fragmentation due to the increasingly large disparity between the earnings of the very wealthy, the super wealthy, the masters of the universe, the hedge fundies, the mega wealthy, and the poor, not to mention, of course, the middle class who are indebted and struggling to get by. This is a central and cardinal problem of societies moving forward in the 21st century. And the answer to that is to broaden and improve education for everybody, not to try to focus on a narrow elite.
Well, I think Roger should get a column because almost everything he says is true. He's particularly right about the requirement for the United States to lead. The US has got to continue to lead. We in Europe are politically hopeless. And we're politically hopeless partly, and I say this with deep shame, because of us Brits. We will not work with the Europeans. We won't contribute seriously, I feel, to making Europe a really effective political force. I mean, of course, Europe needs to move in our direction in terms of the economic stuff, but politically, we are an empire past our sell-by date with no more colonies that retains the contemptuous attitude that empires have. And, you know, we need to get rid of that. So, well, good luck with that anyway. Yes. So I think I've just got two things to deal with. The lady talked about M&A in China. She does M&A in China. I mean, the example that you gave, I think, is sort of China Mobile selling a little bit of equity to Vodafone. That's not M&A. That's just selling a little bit of equity. A merger and acquisition is a merger of two businesses or an acquisition. And I made the point that what's particularly important is hostile takeovers, because this is the sort of creative destruction that produces new forms, consolidates companies, and so on and so forth. And so I stand by what I said, that effective industrial policy creates overcapacity, and you then need to move to the other medicine. You need to go through your Adam Smith moment. I mean, everybody, you know, this is why economists are so annoying, is because they never historically contextualize anything that they say. I mean, Adam Smith arrives in Britain in the late 18th century, a point in which Britain has become the world's dominant technological power through A, violence, which is to say colonialism, and B, very effective sort of early industrial policy, protectionism. You know, you couldn't trade in a British port unless you had a British flag. We call them the series of navigation acts, we call them. And Adam Smith comes in and says, oh, right, this needs to change now because we are the world leaders, and when you're the technological leaders of the world, get everybody to trade freely. It's basically being, you know, Chelsea Football Club and saying, right, we will take on any third division team that wants to have a game on equal terms. You know, that's essentially you know, the sensible way to proceed. So Smith was completely right, but he was also historically specific. Oh well, the replicability of what is said in how Asia works. Well, I mean, it's the recipe that's worked in Japan, in Taiwan, in Korea, now in China, and with Vietnam as a trailing, weak trailing follower of that model. it's clearly not, doesn't sort of seem to be about the climate or the temperature or the resources, because those countries I've mentioned, some are resource rich, some are resource poor, some are hot, some are cold. The only way you can try and sort of spin something that says it's not to do with the policies they pursued is to sort of say that somehow they're all, I mean, I had this question a couple of days ago, somehow they're all Confucian connected. But I mean, go and tell a Vietnamese that they're basically the same as the Chinese, and hopefully they'll just punch you. So I don't think there is a cultural explanator. I think it is about policy. The gentleman earlier who asked about leadership, absolutely about leadership. You know, societies are still changed by small numbers of people who lead from the front. Leadership does become less important as you become richer, because there's more, you know, society becomes more atomistic. But even in the richest countries, leadership is desperately important in America, in Britain. I agree.
Let me just stop it there, and a massive exercise of leadership. I'm just going to terminate the session with apologies to you, but maybe you can catch Joe in the refreshments that we're going to serve in a few minutes. We're expecting the minister, and so I must end this. So please join me in thanking both our speakers.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you once again. Our break. The tea receptions will be held at levels 2 and 3, and there will be ushers to direct you to the venue. Please return here for the final plenary by 4:25 p.m. Thank you.
I've cried for you 1,000 times. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Love and peace. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I cried for you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Love and peace. What you gonna do?
Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Professor Mahbubani, Dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, to introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Lawrence Wong, Minister for Culture, Community and Youth, and Second Minister for Communications and Information. Professor Mahbubani, please.
Minister Lawrence Wong, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final session of the conference. I'm sure you'll all agree that we've had a very rich and productive day. We had the breakout sessions. We heard from Minister George Yeo. We thought he's going to speak about the future of Singapore, but he spoke about the future of the world. And did mention Singapore here and there. Then, of course, we just had a great panel with Roger Cohen and Joe Studwell also. Now, before I introduce our guest of honor, since it's our 10th anniversary, it's only appropriate that I share some good news with you. You know, I mentioned in my remarks earlier in the day that the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy is the third best endowed school of public policy in the world. Its endowment has just gone up a little bit. I'm pleased to inform you that Mr. Stephen Riady has agreed to donate $1 million to the school. We are grateful to him. $500,000 will be used for a project which we have called the Future Proofing Project for Singapore, and $50 will go to the Asia Competitiveness Institute. And of course, we're very, very grateful to Mr. Stephen Riady for this generous donation. But we also make it a point not just to announce the $1 million donations, but also the small donations. Here, I'm pleased to inform you that one of our former colleagues, Mr. Stavros Yanuka, who was Executive Vice Dean, had earlier donated $80,000 to the Mystery Yanuka Development Fund, and he's just topped it up with another $20,000, and that'll be used for staff development. I'm really glad you're clapping, because the reason why I'm making this announcement is to give you a hint. If you want to contribute, we are ready and willing to accept your contributions. I also want to share with you another piece of good news that, and we only heard the news today, by the way. One of our colleagues, who's both with the Lee Kuan Yew School and the Yale and US College, Associate Professor Rahul Saga, and you'll see him on stage in a few minutes when we launch the two books, has won the 2014 Louis Brownlow Book Award for his book Secrets and Leaks. And this is the most prestigious book award in the field of public administration, awarded by the US National Academy of Public Administration. So a special round of applause for Rahul. Rahul, you can stand up and take a bow. Please. Now, after all that good news, it now gives me real great pleasure to introduce Mr. Lawrence Wong, who's also a dear personal friend and a friend of the school. He's now the Minister for Culture, Community and Youth, and the Second Minister for Communications and Information. He joined politics in the 2011 general election, where he was elected as MP in the West Coast Group representation constituency. Before he joined politics, Mr. Wong was a civil servant, and I had the great pleasure of working with Minister Wong then. He was very highly regarded by his peers and colleagues, not just for his practical intelligence and his commitment to public service, but also for his humanity and his humility. And while he was still in the civil service, Minister Wong and a few friends founded a youth mentoring initiative called Promise Works to help neighborhood school kids achieve their potential. He began his career as an economist in the Ministry of Trade Industry, and then joined the Singapore Admin Service where he was overseeing budget policy at the Ministry of Finance. He then headed the Healthcare Finance Division at the Ministry of Health before becoming the Principal Private Secretary to the Prime Minister from 2005 to 2008. And between 2008 and 2011, he was the Chief Executive of the Energy Market Authority, where he led efforts to enhance competition in the industry and to create more sustainable energy options for Singapore. And as you know, Singapore imports all its energy, and its success in handling the energy challenges is in no small part a result of the efforts that Minister Wong made in the Energy Market Authority. My colleague Donald Low, who by the way has been in many ways greatly responsible for the 10th anniversary celebrations today, was once quoted in the Straits Times as saying that, and I quote, Mr. Wong has always been public service oriented. He's patient, listens hard, and connects well with people. He's also intellectually honest and welcomes vigorous debate. So you can ask him difficult questions. I'm also pleased to inform you this is a real source of personal joy that he was educated at Tanjung Katong Secondary School, which I know is a very good school because I studied there for 4 years too. As you know, it's not one of the elite schools, but you know, it does produce great people. Let me add here that Minister Wong obtained his undergraduate and master's degrees in economics from the University of Wisconsin-Madison and the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. He's also, like the Prime Minister, when I mentioned earlier in the day, a graduate of the Harvard Kennedy School, in short, a graduate of a sister school of public policy, which is why it's very appropriate that we have him today as the guest of honor at our 10th anniversary celebrations. So with that, it gives me great pleasure to call on Minister Wong to deliver his remarks. Thank you.
Professor Kishore Mahbubani, Dean of the LKY School of Public Policy, thank you very much for your generous introduction. Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here at the launch of the Big Ideas of Lee Kuan Yew. I think it's an important contribution to the legacy that Mr. Lee has accumulated over a lifetime of singular commitment to Singapore. And I thank all those who have worked on the volume for the wealth of insight that it offers into our first Prime Minister and his ideas. I understand we are launching the book later. There's also a book on the 10th anniversary of the school, which shares the research journeys from several researchers in the school, and I thank all of them for putting this volume together as well. I've not had the chance to work with Mr. Lee directly. I've worked in the civil service for 15 years before I entered politics. I never got the chance to work with him directly, but sort of by proxy, I suppose, I worked for several years as the principal private secretary to the current Prime Minister. And through this stint, I've come to appreciate more fully the tremendous challenges that Mr. Lee had to overcome as our founding Prime Minister. When you look at what he had done, one cannot help but be struck at the tremendous courage that Mr. Lee and his colleagues showed in the face of great adversity. The sheer audacity of what they did was really quite breathtaking. You know, from deciding it was possible to have a formidable military to defend Singapore, to cleaning up the Singapore River, to building and creating a garden city, from deciding to make Singapore self-sufficient in water, to deciding to take on the communists when they were just in their 30s at that time. Mr. Lee holds firm conviction, but he's also a pragmatist who sees the world as it is. He had big ideas, but he also knows how to adapt to realities. So as we move into our 50th anniversary of independence next year for Singapore, our Golden Jubilee, I think it's timely to look at some of these big ideas. One big idea is that small states are inherently vulnerable and require a strategy to survive. Mr. Lee himself reminded us, and I quote, "The small countries have little power to alter the region, let alone the world. A small country must seek a maximum number of friends while maintaining the freedom to be itself as a sovereign and independent nation." So in the era of the Cold War, Mr. Lee and his colleagues practiced this principle decisively in securing multilateral alliances, building ties with major powers, and countering the communist threat at home. And the struggle waged against the communists is an important reminder that there's no clean line dividing foreign and domestic order, and this remains the case today. The world is in flux, borders are more porous than ever, and events and conflicts far away can affect us. Take the situation in the Middle East and the expansion of the ISIL threat. Even if Singapore is not a direct target, our foreign interests may be targeted. And we know that a handful of Singaporeans have journeyed to Syria to join the conflict there. Closer to home, we are right in the heart of a rising Asia. We are witnessing a major shift in the global balance of power. It's happening right in our doorstep, and there are flashpoints around us, like in the South China Sea. So while these events may seem far away from the daily lives of Singaporeans, they can easily impact our society and our security. And as a small country, we must always stay vigilant, keep looking outwards, because the changes in the external environment can have a big impact on us. The second big idea is related to the first on principle of security, and that is success. Not just success in the short term, but sustained long-term success. And for a small city-state like Singapore, success is not just a good to have. Success is virtually an existential issue. Because the world is far more competitive today than before, the rate of change has accelerated vastly, and we need courage and fresh ideas to stay ahead of the curve. And this is why we are continually pushing for new things. We are consolidating our port activities at Tuas for greater efficiency, but it will also simultaneously free up prime land for major redevelopment. We are pursuing new strategies to make innovation, productivity, and skills the basis for our economic development going forward. And the point is that we have not reached the limits of potential for Singapore. And there's still much more to be done and new ground to conquer. So I hope our young thinkers and entrepreneurs, a young generation in Singapore, will be inspired to roll up our sleeves and tackle the challenges of our day with a forward-looking spirit. All this must be done with a view towards maintaining a fair and just society with equal opportunities for every Singaporean. Singapore was founded on democratic socialist ideals. And as Mr. Lee himself acknowledged in his very characteristically frank manner at a 1972 gathering of socialist parties in Asia, socialism is an elastic word. Mr. Lee was against welfarism as a blunt instrument of redistributing wealth, and rightly so. But he recognized, and indeed he passionately believed, in the necessity of a society in which, regardless of wealth and status, everyone has an equal opportunity to make the best of his potential. And in Singapore today, the government is increasing social transfers, we are spending more, we are strengthening our social safety nets. So it's no longer an issue of whether the government should or shouldn't spend more. We will be doing so. The real issue is how to best spend the revenue that we get from taxes in a fair and sustained manner. And in that sense, it's not so useful to think of government as a separate entity from the people with its own source of funding, like manna from heaven, which we sometimes tend to do. You know, it's like anything that needs to be done, we say the government will do more, the government will spend. That's sometimes our thinking, but I think it's not such a useful way of thinking about this, because really government is about the things we decide to do together as a people. And through fiscal policy, we contribute money into a central pot that comes from taxes, and we spend that money to give expression to the shared values we wish to promote as a society. What are these values? Well, I believe we all embrace as Singaporeans the virtue of work and personal responsibility. We want a society that upholds the dignity of work and rewards fairly in accordance to one's contributions and efforts. And so through thoughtful and well-designed government programs, we can breathe life to these aspirational values. As Mr. Lee once said, we are conscious that people can improve their lives only if our policies get them to try for themselves. And so that's something we must always preserve, this motivation to try for ourselves with the promise of a better life and with trust in a system that recognizes the necessity and the dignity of work and personal responsibility. This is the only sustainable and responsible way forward for Singapore. The third big idea I would suggest is the need for a harmonious society that functions in the best interest of all. Many countries aspire toward interracial and interfaith harmony. But in Singapore, this commitment to secular multiculturalism runs so deep that it forms a part of our core national identity. And that is something we owe to Mr. Lee. So we have always emphasized a common national identity within which there are protected havens for different groups to live and practice their own identities. And this rich diversity, coupled with strong social cohesion, is something very precious that we must always cherish. It will not take very much to tear apart the trust and the mutual respect that we have developed over the years. And the challenge has become greater for several reasons. The impact of globalization and technological innovation, which is putting tremendous strain in the workplace, the ease in which radical propaganda and inflammatory remarks can circulate online, and the need for us to socialize new residents and immigrants who have come to our shores. In fact, these challenges are not unique to Singapore. Countries around the world are confronting very similar issues. And this is at least partly why we see the rise of populist movements everywhere, tapping on widespread social discontent, as well as nationalist and xenophobic sentiments to mobilize people. As a result, politics in many mature first-world democracies are now more fractured, more chaotic, and more unpredictable than they were just 2 or 3 decades ago. In some cases, it has even become dysfunctional. One recent Financial Times commentator talked about this, and I paraphrase what he said. A politician who cares about the poor and vulnerable will honor them with candor, with honesty. He will tell them about the challenges of globalization, automation, productivity, and what practical state intervention can or cannot achieve. But since all this is politically untenable, it's far easier to peddle snake oil to the vulnerable. And we are not immune from these pressures in Singapore. In our population debate, for example, we had a major debate quite recently. We had groups that called for zero foreign worker growth. It made for a good slogan, never mind the consequences it would have on the economy, on local businesses, and more importantly, on Singaporean jobs. But opposition for the sake of opposition will not promote or strengthen our democracy. Mr. Rajaratnam, one of our founding fathers, once said that it's easy to win attention by disagreeing with the government. If the government says white, and you write letters or articles in the newspapers advocating black, then your column will be read, and you will be hailed at the next cocktail reception as an original and bold thinker. This is many years ago. Perhaps it still rings true today. But how does this sort of discourse help us in solving the real and vital problems affecting our nation? So I think this goes beyond partisan politics. It's about the kind of democracy we want to be, and I hope we can be a democracy of integrity and a democracy of deeds, made up of an active citizenry who get involved in developing solutions for a better society. All of you here are men and women of our academic and intellectual community, so you play an important role in this effort. I appreciate your commentaries, including the ones where you disagree with the government, I'm sure for good reason and not just for the sake of opposition. And may I also strongly encourage you to present the full complexities and trade-offs of the challenges that lie ahead for Singapore. There are many difficult long-term policy issues that need to be thoroughly and objectively explored. For example, on population, on immigration, on the income gap, on social programs. These should be thoroughly explored, and we should look at them objectively. A detailed exposition of the policy options we need to address these issues may not get as much publicity as arguments made by professional oppositionists, but they will go much further in strengthening our democracy of deeds. Mr. Rajaratnam said in 1978 that ruling a country well is like pushing a boulder uphill. It requires constant effort and sustained counter pressure. The moment you relax and let go, the boulder starts moving downhill, slowly at first, and then at uncontrollable speed. And the higher up the hill you push the boulder, the greater the tendency for it to roll downhill. And indeed, sitting here in Singapore, we sometimes overlook how difficult it is to govern a country. And you look at the experience in America. It was not so long ago that I remember reading Mr. Francis Fukuyama, the American academic, proclaiming the triumph of Western liberal democracy and the end of history. Now I'm reading his latest book, lamenting the decay in these very same political systems. As he puts it, the system in America has become trapped by its own political institutions. Americans distrust the government, so they are unwilling to delegate to it the authority to make decisions. Instead, they put in checks and balances, and Congress imposes complex rules that inadvertently undermine the effectiveness of the executive, so the government doesn't perform well naturally, and then that reinforces the lack of trust. So it becomes a vicious circle, and it's very hard to get out of this. Now, I say this not to run down the American system. I have great admiration for the American system. And of course, governance in America is at a completely different scale compared to Singapore. And despite its political challenges, America has many strengths, including its creative and entrepreneurial economy and its resilient society, and its soft power is admired around the world. The point is that the environment can change very quickly if we are not careful. Our context as a city-state is unique, and we have to find our own way forward. But it will be like pushing the boulder up the hill. We have gotten higher, and it's getting more difficult. So for us to keep going in our next phase, all Singaporeans must push onwards and uphill. The government will support, encourage, and perhaps lead the rally. But it comes down to whether Singaporeans believe that this nation is worth striving for. Each of us must recognize the value as well as the fragility of what our people have worked so hard to build. In his first National Day rally, Mr. Lee said, "We must," and I quote, "consolidate ourselves to survive, and most important of all, to find an enduring future for what we have built." This was in 1966. There was no National Day rally in 1965 because independence came so suddenly as a shock. So there was no rally then. The first rally was in 66. And nearly 50 years later, it remains a goal worth striving for, what Mr. Lee said, to find an enduring future for what we have built. So I hope as we reflect on Mr. Lee's big ideas today, we launch a book. As we mark our Golden Jubilee next year, we will continue to work together in achieving this shared goal with the same courage, conviction, and collective spirit of our pioneers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Wong. We will now proceed with the question and answer session. During the question and answer session, you may proceed to the standing microphones to field your question.
Well, thank you very much, Minister, for that opening remarks. I should mention that the last question that George Yeo was asked was about the next 50 years of Singapore.
Oh, wow.
And he gave a very optimistic answer, by the way. And as part of his answer, if I paraphrase it correctly, he said the region is rising, we can benefit from this, and if we can just get a few crumbs, Singapore will do very well. So I was noticed that his perception is that we can continue doing well. You mentioned, you used the Mr. Rajaratnam analogy of pushing the boulder uphill and getting harder and harder. In the sense, looking ahead the next 10, 20 years, what's your sense? Is it going to get harder or easier for Singapore?
Well, I think it's a bit of both. that we have every reason to be optimistic. We are right in the middle of a rising Asia. Our economy has developed. There are many more opportunities for young people today in so many fields compared to, say, when I was growing up. So you can excel in arts, sports. It doesn't necessarily have to be just in academic success. The definitions of success have broadened widely, and there are many more opportunities. But I think if you observe where Singapore society is heading, if you look around the world at the challenges we see, I think there's cause for us to not to be complacent, to recognize the dangers ahead, the challenges ahead, and those were some of the things that I thought I should highlight in my speech just now.
Mm-hmm. Great. So, you have a question of my colleague, Professor Phua Kai Hong.
Yeah, I teach health and social policy here. I know, Minister Wong, you practice what you preach. You have been involved in the voluntary sector, and you've been pushing for civil society, a role of civil society and PPPs. And in your previous reincarnation as Director of Finance in the Ministry of Health, you have been pushing for more enhanced MediShield to involve the private component. So in your view, earlier on you alluded to the fact that one of the contributions of Mr. Lee was this emphasis on personal responsibility. But our current policy seems to have shifted a little bit towards middle ground to talk about shared responsibility, that the role of the state, the government, and the private sector and civil society will have to come in, other than the emphasis on individual savings. And so now the increased taxation and the increased role of MediShield Life now for an aging population, which is also the challenge now for the next 50 years in the context of the rising markets, but in aging societies in East Asia. What would be your perspective about an aging society and the role of PPPs and civil society to provide this sort of a joint responsibility, a shared responsibility?
Thank you. Well, the fact that there's I think the need for both government and the community to do more does not detract from the fundamental emphasis that we do want a society that's built on, people taking personal responsibility for themselves. And that's a fine balance that we must strike. The government has committed to do more. The community should also support, whether it's through civic groups, private sector, corporates, or even NGOs and voluntary welfare organizations doing more to help and support individuals. But in doing so, let's find the right balance so that individuals we do not inadvertently undermine personal responsibility. So I think it's about finding that right balance. On PPPs and the role between state and private, perhaps I'll say touch a bit on that. It's never such a simple binary choice. We tend to look at it as it's either national systems or it's private sector. And both, it's not just a matter of structure. It's not so simple. There's no silver bullet in terms of finding the right organizational structure that will solve the problem. We just have to understand whichever the structure, there are certain consequences and that need to be managed. If something is done entirely by the government, there is a risk of inadvertently over-reliance on government. But there is also the tendency for public sector to not be so efficient. And this is true all over the world. It's true in Singapore. I don't know if you remember, I was in the Ministry of Finance then. Donald was then with me too. Then we had this big debate about the 7 wonders of the world. Of Singapore, 7 wonders of the world and the 7 wonders in Singapore. And this was our former Speaker of Parliament making a point that we had such extravagant public spending and our buildings were lavish. And so as a good civil servant, I had to call for a meeting to all the building owners, sit them down in the Ministry of Finance and say, look, what were the norms that you used to build your buildings? Why didn't you have this sense of cost of capital? Why weren't you thinking hard enough about prudency and all these things? So there's that downside. The flip side of it, of course, if it's entirely private sector, you have similar consequences. well, you address the efficiency issue. The private sector will have a very natural incentive to make the most of capital. Cost of capital is ingrained in them. There will be a motivation to be efficient, and that's good, but there is a tendency to be short-term and to neglect certain broader public objectives. So so recognizing that there are, whatever choice you make in structure, there will be certain consequences, and there's usually not a, simplistic, just one structure. A lot of these are hybrid systems that combine both public and private incentive mechanisms. So the question is understanding the incentives and making sure that they are best aligned to the objectives that we want to achieve. And I think that's how we should go about doing it, even in this new world where there may be more partners, more people coming together to find solutions.
Can I just quickly follow up on the 7 wonders of the world? Because actually, in some ways, ironically, if you look at it, if you look at a building from purely short-term economic perspectives, you would not build the Taj Mahal. And but if you look at the return on capital, the Taj Mahal obviously was an uneconomic proposition, but it was built for sheer love, and it is massive overspending as a result, and it's now been useful for several hundred years.
Yes, indeed.
So in that sense, maybe we should build more 7 wonders of the world. Sorry, please identify yourself.
I'm Bilal Haider. I'm MPM student from Pakistan. I'm working as Additional Secretary in Ministry of Education back in my home country. I have a question related to social protection in Singapore. 50 years ago, when the script of success of Singapore was being written, dominantly steered by Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, Singapore preferred to align itself nearer to the liberal model of welfare regimes, which was at that time and even today headed by US, followed by UK and Australia and other countries. And it did not prefer to be closer to the other social welfare regime like Scandinavians and the familialistic regime like continental European. So my question is that after 20 years, when we look back, currently as the growing inequality and the rising voice of the low-income group, they are pushing the government to enhance their focus upon social protection and safety net, because traditionally Singapore is considered as a productivist and developmental state. It had a lesser focus upon social welfare. So what do you see, given the rising pressure within the government and from the opposition, seeing the inequality growing, do you still feel that government would stick to its earlier individualistic based social protection and government should assume a residual role, or you see government in the coming years as being in a steering role and to be nearer to the welfare regimes in coming days? Thank you.
Thank you. We have already shifted our position. So there is no question that we are sort of, where we were, going to remain where we were in the past. But I would make one correction to your narrative, if you will, that from the start, it's not as though we blindly adopted a liberal free market model. As I said, the government was founded on democratic socialist ideals. That was very strong. But we also had no money at that time in Singapore, 1965. So even if you wanted to have extensive social programs, it was not possible. But where it counted, the government made sure that public programs were put in place. One good example is public housing. We could have gone for a privatized model of public housing at the start. Somebody like Milton Friedman would have recommended housing vouchers, for example. We didn't, because we wanted it to be public housing, done perhaps not with the best of, so a public model means you have the downsides of what I just described earlier, right? May not have that same sense of cost drivers and efficiency, but we felt that there was greater priority to make sure that every Singaporean had a roof over their heads and had that assurance. So the public housing program has remained in the public sector, and it has done well for us. That's one example. And you can find many other examples in our history where from the start, we didn't simply go with a liberal free market model. We identified where the crucial needs were. We made priorities because of the lack of resources at that time. And we applied the resources that we had to the areas where we felt were of greatest concern and of high priority for Singaporeans. That was the mindset. It was not a government that started saying, let's go for free markets. Not at all. It was along the way that we adapted, but particularly on the economic front, we eschewed the sort of protectionist import substitution models. We went for a more liberal free market model on the economic side. So that helped us to grow the economy. But on the social side, in fact, you had quite a bit of social schemes, protection programs for individuals. Not as extensive, I agree, as the Scandinavian countries or the European countries, if you will, but certainly they were there based on whatever resources we had. And progressively over time, as the government has, as with Singapore's success, with more resources in the government's budget, the extent of social programs have expanded. And it's not in recent years too. If you look at how government social programs have increased, it has been progressive. It has been progressing over the years. Income inequality is not a new issue we face. Right? The income gap, I mean, the Gini coefficient in Singapore in 1980 was 0.44. 1980. This is not a new phenomenon that arose in the last 5 years. In 1980, our income inequality was 0.44 because we are a city-state. Right? So, and indeed, we face the pressures of inequality, even back then, but it particularly increased more so after 97, after the Asian financial crisis. I, again, distinctively remember that because that's when I started work as a civil servant. I was in MTI, and we were doing all these studies to look at what the impact would be and the concerns over income gaps. So that already was something we were looking at in 1997, in the late 90s, progressively through the 2000 period. And if you look at how the programs have been put in place, they have progressively been introduced during this period. Our workfare, a negative income tax, more social protection for individuals, and then, enhance more and more. And recently, we have made GST vouchers permanent. So it's made our GST, our consumption tax, a more progressive consumption tax. So this is what we have been doing, not recently, but progressively over the years. And as I described, our model is now no longer, has never been, and indeed will not continue to be, will not be a model where it's solely one where the individual has to rely on himself. There's a lot of government intervention, but our objective is to have active government, and in a way, active government that supports personal responsibility. It sounds kind of paradoxical, but it's a question of then how do we design effective programs in government that would provide support for the state and at the same time, provide support for the individual and at the same time encourage him to take responsibility and activate and mobilize community groups to support individuals as well.
I must say that's a very good description of what the government actually does, but it does create in the minds of observers some confusion about ideologically where does Singapore stand in the spectrum. If you had to sort of, if you were forced to cast a vote, would you say Singapore today is left of center or right of center?
We cover the whole spectrum.
I thought that's the answer I was going to say. Anthony. But I also have a question after that. Go ahead, Anthony. There's a Chinese MPM students are watching at another room. I have a question from them after this. Yes.
Sure. Minister Wong, it's so nice to hear you with such refreshing and direct views. And when we mentioned about Sharipova, the tennis player, you reacted, you are a normal person.
Sure. We came from TK.
Tanjung Katong Secondary School.
No, I was in England recently. I was in the UK recently. And the newspapers reports were that in the referendum, it was a touch and go. And so there was a lot of excitement, including the Prime Minister and ministers going to Scotland and all. And so when you get press and social media running that, who are you to go and see to get a reality check? So one way is to go to the betting shop. The betting shop shows 11 to 2. It means you put 11 quid there, you only get 2 quid back. So the betting shop were quite clear. The no votes will win. But the press and social media was so clear that it was touch and go. But the result was 55 no, 45 yes. Now we come back to Singapore and say, okay, if you want a reality check, what do you go and see? So we read Dean Kishore. They said, you must develop a robust civil society. Sometimes that takes a little while longer. So society needs to have some markers that if you want some reality check, there is some reliable source. If not, then social media and various other features can take over. And then it could complicate, it could clarify, but sometimes it really complicates it. And maybe CPF is one of those things. So the question is, how that sense of reliability and trust, those values become very important.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I fully agree with you. I thought you were going to suggest that we should have our own prediction market. They are quite accurate. I used to follow Intrade and Iowa. And on the American elections, they were very accurate.
So who's going to win next election in Singapore?
Because we don't have an Intrade. But I fully agree that this thing about reality checks, or how we can have a discourse that doesn't veer towards misperceptions, untruths, half-truths. It's very hard for this to be just done by the government alone. So I agree partly with, you said Kishore's suggestion was a more robust civil society, and I think that's part of the solution, that the government can take some steps, but the society today, I think, is much more complex than just thinking about government and people, and then government acting as the proverbial referee. That's sort of the paradigm we have, but it's a more complex society. There are different groups, and from time to time, you do see groups speaking out when they see that certain norms have been infringed upon or are unacceptable. You saw that when there was the kerfuffle in the Hong Lim recently, where the groups, many Singaporeans thought they crossed the line, and they spoke out themselves without being prompted. You see that sometimes nowadays when people write letters, or whether it's to the newspapers or in the internet, and different groups replying. So recently I had one where the Singapore Arts Museum was criticized heavily by a museum goer, and I saw it. I said, we should do something to reply to this particular post. And before I could do anything, or our chaps could do anything, the next day another group somebody else had written with a different point of view. And so I think these things are happening in our society, and we should encourage it. There will be a richer discourse, and hopefully through that you can get more reality checks. But it's not going to be so simple. It's difficult, it's challenging. The medium of the internet itself doesn't lend itself very easily to such forms of exchanges, because it's a medium that with anonymity lends itself more readily to negative comments. So that's a challenge we all understand. We are dealing with it. Governments around, countries everywhere are grappling with ways to go about doing this. So from time to time, the government also needs to do something. And that's why recently we have tightened up in terms of our cyberbullying laws, anti-harassment laws for internet behavior. And some of these things need to be done.
You know, when you were speaking just now, Sheikh Lubna, who's a minister in the UAE government and a member of our governing board, said, the ministers in Singapore are very young. Huh?
I look young only.
So this is an appropriate question to ask you from our MPAM class. The question is, generally speaking, what kind of role should young people undertake in nation building?
Wow. What kind of role should young people take in nation building? Well, I think for Singapore in particular, I hope our young people see that own the future of Singapore, have that sense of ownership that they are able to build a better Singapore. So that's, I think, an important mindset. Don't think that we have reached the pinnacle of our achievement. There's a lot more that we can do, and the young people must have that sense that they can do their part to do something even better or greater for Singapore. We have, I think in Singapore, we have about 4 generations, right? We have the pioneer generation, which we recently recognized. The pioneer generation are, in many ways, those who grew up, before 1949. So they are the.
Can I show my pioneer card?
Well, people like
above 65.
Our dean, above 65. Actually, it should be above 70, right? That means, but we have been a bit more generous, so above 65. Then you have post-war generation, right? Post-war generation is your baby boomers. And then you have Gen X, which is people like myself. Anyone who is born post-65, thereabouts. Don't take these dates as rocket science. I mean, there's a lot of gray and overlap. Post-65 to about early 80s. And then you have Gen Y today, the millennia. And the interesting thing is, every generation thinks they are better than the ones before, right? So when we were growing up, I remember when my generation was growing up, we would see articles that Gen X, they are the cynics, they have no sense of direction, they don't know what they are doing. And this is not, reports, articles, Time magazine, Newsweek wrote this of us. It was reflected in the social milieu of in popular culture. The movies growing up in that time reflected that too, right? But I think we turned out quite all right.
Some of us.
and then, of course, with the millennials, with the Gen Y, actually, I have a lot of optimism about them because, people talk about the new generation being a me generation and the entitlement mentality and all that. But with the young people, when you talk to them, there's also a great deal of idealism, and there's a great deal of a sense of wanting to do something more. They want to do well in their careers, but they also want to do good. So I am quite hopeful that we have young people who can take our country forward. So if you take the Chinese proverb, the Chinese saying is that wealth does not pass 3 generations, right? So we have gone from...
One generation earns it, one generation keeps it, the 3rd generation loses it.
One generation keeps, 2nd generation spends, 3rd generation loses it. Well, we have gone from our pioneer generation to today's generation, and if you think about this, then the Gen Y will be the 4th generation. So it's, remains to be seen what will happen to Singapore in the next 50 years. But like I said, if our young people have that sense of stewardship, have that sense of ownership about Singapore, then I think we should be able to have a good future ahead of us.
Good. Yeah. Question from there, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. My name is Johannes Loh. I work for Black Box Research, a public policy market research agency, and I'm also a former alumni from LKY School. So I attended a talk by Kishore in the American Chamber of Commerce 2 days ago, and where he called Singapore to have the potential to be the cultural and the economic capital of Asia in the next 50 years. And you hear a lot of actually positive and optimistic voices around Singapore's potential. And if you look at the last 5 years, obviously there's a lot going on in the city. And there's this aspiration that Singapore needs to be a very livable city. And I would just like to add one adjective, an affordable city, because I think increasingly this is one issue that Singaporeans and young foreigners like me are feeling the pinch. And we are wondering, where's this trend going? So maybe can you give your perspective on that?
Sure. Well, it's an issue which, in fact, has, this issue of cost of living is not a new issue. Every government, every term of government in our history has been grappling with this. It's not as though our headline inflation rates are very high, or nor our core inflation rates. So I don't know if you track our inflation. I've been starting to do this very regularly now that I sit on the MAS board. But our headline rates are not high. Our 2+%, our core inflation rate keeping at 2%. So our inflation figures are in check. There are some areas where the costs are escalating, and it's partly due to several reasons. Some of it is because we import everything we have in Singapore, we import everything we consume. So some of these increases are cyclical spikes for food, for energy. This is our karma. We don't have anything that we own, so we import, and having a strong exchange rate helps to mitigate against that. But ultimately, if it's expensive, it will flow through to our costs. The other part of it that is happening now is a very difficult transition and restructuring that's happening, because we are shifting gears in our economy. We are tightening up on the foreign workers, and then we are trying to uplift the wages of the lower income. And when you do that, it does translate to costs. So we just have to be mindful that it's both sides of the same coin, two sides of the same coin. On the one hand, these cost pressures that are coming are really, to some extent, a necessary part of our restructuring process, right? To raise the wages of our low-income workers and to provide that spur for restructuring, which is happening. And then there will be some consolidation in the industries, which are not slower in productivity, and then the resources will be shifted to the more productive ones. So this is a transition that's happening in our economy now. It's a difficult transition, and hopefully we can go through this and come out, more productive, managing the cost pressures as much as we can. We are keeping an eye on costs to make sure we are competitive and affordable. And for Singaporeans, we will continue to help them with other schemes, because we can always provide ways to help our Singaporeans living in Singapore. So we'll do that, but it's a broader perspective of what's happening, that we do need to go through this phase to restructure our economy and emerge hopefully stronger from it.
One of our speakers, Joe Studwell, has a question.
I just want to stay on this, Lawrence. So I was really interested about, you said about having to call the real estate guys in and ask them about why the market behaves in the way that it does in this town. Now, I don't know who you called in, Ong Teng Fong or Kwek Leng Beng or whoever. What I imagine they said to you is, now, Lawrence, listen, real estate in this town is an oligopoly with strong cartel-like characteristics. And so we can get away with a bunch of stuff that you wouldn't expect from your economics textbooks. Now, would you like a cigar? Is that, in fact, what they said?
Well, I have not met with them myself, so I wouldn't be able to say. But I think if you talk to any property developer now, I don't think they are very happy with the measures that the MAS has put in place. So I don't think if they are sharing cigars, that's working.
Okay, any one last question before we go to the second part of the show? We're going to have a book launch, and then, as you know, since we are known as the Lee Kuan Yew School of Free Food, we have another reception. We have third reception for the day. We have 3 points and 3 receptions. Any last minute questions? If not, can I just ask you the same question that, in a sense, we asked again, George Yeo at the very end. As you look ahead in the next 50 years, and as you talk to the young people in Singapore and try to tell them what is coming down the road, what are the 2 or 3 things you would highlight as sort of positive developments that might be coming down the road for Singapore that we can, in a sense, anticipate?
Well, I would say that first of all, for our young people, the opportunities truly are plentiful. I think there are many opportunities opening up in terms of within Singapore, in the region. The training, the education that we've provided them puts them in very good state to seize these opportunities. So while there are pressures out there, and I don't deny that they exist, whether it's affordability, cost of living, concerns about job security, I think we can remain optimistic that there's a good future ahead of us, including for our young people. So I would encourage them to seize the opportunities that they see, make full use of them, make full use of these opportunities, whether it's in Singapore or in the region. And when you look at where Singapore is headed, we do have plans to continue building this nation. We are not at our limits. There are plans, as was highlighted just now, not just on the economic side, in terms of our social development, building a stronger, more effective social safety net. We have plans to build a more livable city. We have plans to build a more sustainable city. We have plans to make Singapore a cultural city. So these are exciting plans for the next 50 years. But the plans can only materialize if we all work together at it. And so there's a lot of potential for young people to come together, contribute ideas, and join in this effort to build a better Singapore in the next 50 years.
Well, I think you'll all agree that this optimistic note is a good one to end on, especially since Roger Cohen reminded us, he wrote a column recently called The Great Unraveling, which I read. And if you read The Great Unraveling, you do get a sense that the world might be coming to an end. So that, you've had, in a sense, you've had both a pessimistic point of view, and as we discussed earlier, as George Yeo was saying earlier today, we live in some ways in the better half of the world. So it's interesting to see that speakers from this side of the world have a very optimistic view of the world, and so it shows that when we talk about Singapore and rising Asia, the theme of our conference, I guess the general conclusion is that we can afford to be optimistic about the future. So with that, please join me in thanking Minister Lawrence Wong coming and sharing his thoughts with us. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think now we're going to do the book launch before we go to the...
Two of our new books, The Big Ideas of Lee Kuan Yew and the 10th anniversary book, Governing Asia, Reflections on a Research Journey. I would like to invite Minister Wong to unveil the books. He will be joined by Professor Kishore Mahbubani, Professor Kanti Bajpai, and the editors of The Big Ideas of Lee Kuan Yew, Professor Rahul Sagar and Dr. Shashi Jayakumar. On the count of 3, I would like to invite our distinguished guests to unveil the books. 1, 2, 3. I would now like to invite Professor Mahbubani to present Minister Wong with a token of our appreciation, please. thank you once again to Minister Wong, Professor Mambubani, Professor Kanti, Professor Saga, and Dr. Sashi. Thank you. We have now come to the end of today's event. On behalf of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, I would like to express our sincere thanks for joining us in celebrating the school's 10th anniversary. Please join us for a reception in the Wee Tiong Ham lobby. Also, please remember to anniversary book at the Lee Ka-shing Student Lounge. The sale and the book signing of the big ideas of Lee Kuan Yew will also be held at the Lee Ka-shing Student Lounge. Once again, thank you and have a pleasant evening.